the Stoic approach to nightly reflection. As the day comes to an end and the world quiets, our minds often do the opposite. They race with thoughts, worries, and regrets. The Stoics, however, embraced the night as a time for introspection, a sacred period to reflect on the day, learn from experience, and find peace in what is beyond control. By adopting a Stoic approach to nightly reflection, we can cultivate a healthier relationship with our thoughts, fostering a sense of calm and acceptance before sleep. One of the core practices of Stoicism is self-examination. Seneca, the great Stoic philosopher, wrote about his nightly routine. "When the light has been removed and my wife has fallen silent, aware of this habit that is now mine, I examine my entire day and go back over what I have done and said, hiding nothing from myself, passing nothing by." Letters to Lucilius. This practice of reflecting on the day's actions and thoughts allows us to learn from our successes and failures. Before sleep, ask yourself, what did I do well today? Where did I let emotions control me? How did I respond to challenges? What can I improve tomorrow? By engaging in this self-dialogue, we refine our character and prepare ourselves for the trials of the next day. This review is not for self-punishment, but for growth, a way to gradually become wiser and more at peace. A major source of nighttime anxiety is our desire to control outcomes. We replay conversations, analyze decisions, and worry about what we could have done differently. The Stoics remind us that many things in life are beyond our control, and fixating on them only disturbs our peace. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, teaches, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Before bed, take a deep breath and remind yourself, "The past is unchangeable, only my reaction to it matters. Tomorrow is uncertain, my only task is to prepare wisely. I release all control over things outside my influence." This mindset shift helps loosen the grip of anxiety and allows the mind to rest. Many of us go to bed feeling unfulfilled, focusing on what we lack rather than what we have. The Stoics teach us to practice gratitude by appreciating life's simple blessings: warmth, shelter, food, the love of friends and family. Epictetus reminds us, "He is a wise man who does not grieve for the things which he has not, but rejoices for those which he has." Each night, take a moment to acknowledge a moment of kindness you experienced today, a small joy, perhaps the taste of a meal, a cool breeze, or a good conversation, the opportunity to rest and recover. By recognizing these small gifts, we end the day with a sense of fulfillment rather than longing. Embracing mortality, memento mori before sleep. One of the most profound Stoic practices is memento mori, the contemplation of death. Far from being a morbid obsession, this practice serves as a way to fully appreciate life and remove the fear of the inevitable. As Seneca wrote, "Let us prepare our minds as if we'd come to the very end of life. Let us postpone nothing. Let us balance life's books each day." Letters to Lucilius. At night, when we lie in bed, we should not fear sleep as a form of temporary death. Instead, we can use this moment to remind ourselves that each day lived is a gift. By meditating on mortality, we let go of trivial anxieties and focus on what truly matters. Ask yourself, if this were my last day, did I live honorably? Did I love fully and act justly? Have I made peace with those I cherish? Reflecting in this way fosters a deep sense of gratitude and urgency to live well while we can. Many of us carry the weight of regret into the night. replaying moments when we spoke too harshly, acted out of impulse, or failed to meet our expectations. The Stoics, however, teach that we should not dwell on what cannot be changed. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Do not waste what remains of your life in speculating about others, unless it is for some mutual benefit. Instead, ask yourself, how can I improve myself today?" Meditations. Before sleeping, remind yourself that regret is futile unless it leads to action. If there is something to improve, resolve to do better tomorrow. If not, release it and find peace in the knowledge that each moment is an opportunity for growth. The Stoics often compared life to the natural world. Seasons change, rivers flow, and everything follows its course. Death, in their view, is not a tragedy, but a transition. Epictetus put it simply, "Why should we fear death? It is nothing but a return to where we came from." Lying in bed at night, reflect on the vastness of nature. The stars continue to shine whether we are here or not. The tides rise and fall, indifferent to our worries. Life moves in cycles, and we are part of that flow. By embracing this perspective, we can let go of fear and sleep with a tranquil heart. Cultivating inner peace through Stoic detachment. One of the greatest sources of nighttime restlessness is emotional attachment to external events. We replay conversations, worry about tomorrow's tasks, and stress over how others perceive us. The Stoics, however, teach that peace comes from within, not from the outside world. The practice of apatheia, or Stoic detachment, is not about becoming indifferent or emotionless, but about freeing ourselves from unnecessary suffering caused by things we cannot control. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This simple truth is often forgotten in our daily lives. We waste energy trying to control things that are inherently unpredictable. Other people's opinions, external circumstances, even the weather. Instead of lying in bed consumed by worry, a Stoic would ask, "Did I do my best today with what was within my control? Have I accepted that some things are beyond my reach? Can I let go and trust that whatever happens next, I will adapt?" By shifting our focus inward and detaching from external concerns, we cultivate a mindset of serenity. This practice is not just helpful for sleeping better, but for navigating life with greater resilience. A common source of anxiety before sleep is the fear of discomfort, whether financial struggles, physical pain, or emotional hardship. The Stoics, however, believed that one of the best ways to overcome fear is to voluntarily expose ourselves to temporary discomfort, proving to ourselves that we can endure more than we think. Seneca recommended practicing poverty even when one is wealthy. Set aside a few days during which you shall be content with the scantiest and cheapest fare, with coarse and rough dress, saying to yourself all the while, "Is this the condition that I feared?" Letters to Lucilius. While lying in bed at night, instead of fearing future hardships, consider mentally preparing yourself. Imagine a difficult situation. How would I handle it? If I lost my wealth or status, could I still find happiness? What is the worst that could happen, and how would I endure it? By rehearsing discomfort in our minds, we strip fear of its power over us. We realize that most of our anxieties are exaggerated, and that even in hardship, we would still be able to find meaning and strength. Many people struggle to sleep because they are overly concerned with what others think of them. We replay interactions, wonder if we said the wrong thing, or worry about how we are perceived. However, Epictetus reminds us, if you are ever tempted to look for outside approval, realize that you have turned inward to see what that person sees of you. But why not turn inward to see what you see of yourself? A Stoic seeks to live with integrity, not to please others. Before sleep, instead of dwelling on external judgments, ask yourself, did I act according to my principles today? Was I honest, fair, and kind, regardless of how others reacted? Do I define my own self-worth, or do I let others define it for me? By letting go of the need for approval, we become freer and our minds become lighter. We stop seeking validation from the outside world and start finding it within ourselves. Overcoming anxiety with Stoic reasoning. Anxiety often feels like an uncontrollable force, a storm in the mind that refuses to calm down, especially at night when distractions fade away. The Stoics understood this struggle and developed a systematic way of dealing with anxious thoughts. At the heart of their philosophy lies one essential principle: anxiety is not caused by external events, but by our judgments about those events. Epictetus teaches, men are disturbed not by things, but by the views they take of them. Enchiridion. This means that anxiety is not an inevitable reaction to life's difficulties. It is a choice, a result of how we interpret reality. If we change our perspective, we can change our emotional response. Imagine that you are lying in bed, unable to sleep because you are worried about a meeting or an obligation tomorrow. A non-Stoic reaction would be to let the mind spiral into catastrophic thinking. What if I fail? What if I embarrass myself? What if everything goes wrong? A Stoic, however, would pause and apply reason. Is this worry based on reality or imagination? Many fears exist only in the mind. What is the worst that can happen? Often, even the worst-case scenario is survivable. Do I have control over the outcome? If yes, prepare. If no, release the worry. By questioning the validity of our fears, we strip them of their power. Anxiety thrives on unchallenged assumptions. Stoicism teaches us to challenge them at their core. One of the Stoic techniques for managing anxiety is premeditatio malorum, the practice of mentally rehearsing possible difficulties in advance. This is not an act of pessimism, but of preparation. Seneca advised, "He robs present ills of their power, who has perceived their coming beforehand." Letters to Lucilius. Before sleeping, take a moment to anticipate tomorrow's challenges and calmly consider, what obstacles might I face? How would a wise person respond to these difficulties? If things don't go as planned, what is my backup strategy? By doing this, you build resilience. Instead of dreading the unknown, you transform it into something familiar, something you have already faced in your mind. This reduces anxiety and allows you to rest with confidence. At times, anxiety is fueled by our resistance to how life unfolds. We wish things were different, we fight against reality, and in doing so, we create suffering. The Stoics encourage us to align with nature, to trust that the universe is unfolding as it should. Marcus Aurelius reflects, "The universe is change. Our life is what our thoughts make of it." Meditations. Instead of resisting, practice acceptance. Remind yourself before sleep, "Whatever happens tomorrow, I will handle it as best as I can." The world will continue to turn, and I am just one small part of a greater whole. Life is unpredictable, but my response to it is within my control. By surrendering the need for absolute control, we find peace. We stop battling the inevitable and instead embrace the present moment for what it is. Finding strength in adversity, the Stoic mindset. Many of us go to bed dwelling on the struggles we faced throughout the day. Conflicts at work, personal disappointments, or moments of self-doubt. These thoughts can create restlessness, making it difficult to relax and sleep. The Stoics, however, saw adversity not as something to be feared or resented, but as an essential part of growth. Seneca reminds us, "Difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body." When we reflect on the day's hardships before sleep, instead of viewing them as burdens, we should ask ourselves, what lesson did this challenge teach me? How did I respond, and how could I respond better in the future? What virtues, patience, courage, resilience, did this situation help me cultivate? By shifting our mindset from frustration to growth, we transform difficulties into stepping stones toward wisdom. This allows us to rest with a sense of purpose rather than distress. One of the most powerful Stoic practices for cultivating peace is amor fati, the love of fate. Rather than simply accepting what happens, the Stoics teach us to actively embrace it as necessary, even beneficial. Marcus Aurelius puts it beautifully. A blazing fire makes flame and brightness out of everything that is thrown into it. This means that even misfortune can be fuel for our inner fire. Before bed, instead of resisting the events of the day, try reflecting. Everything that happened today was meant to happen. I can either resist reality or use it to grow stronger. If I welcome challenges with open arms, they lose their ability to disturb me. When we learn to love whatever happens, life becomes less of a battle and more of a harmonious experience. We stop fighting the current and instead learn to flow with it. Every difficulty carries within it the seed of an opportunity. Epictetus advises, "Difficulties show a person's character. Therefore, when trouble comes, think of yourself as a wrestler whom God, like a trainer, has paired with a tough young opponent." Rather than seeing problems as setbacks, we can choose to view them as training exercises designed to sharpen our character. Before sleeping, ask yourself, what obstacle did I face today, and how did I handle it? How can I use this experience to become wiser, calmer, or more disciplined? What can I do differently tomorrow to turn challenges into advantages? By developing this perspective, we stop seeing ourselves as victims of circumstance and instead recognize ourselves as active participants in our own growth. This gives us a sense of control and allows us to rest with confidence. Letting go of the past, the Stoic way to emotional freedom. Many of us struggle to sleep because we are haunted by the past. We replay embarrassing moments, regret missed opportunities, or dwell on painful memories. The Stoics, however, remind us that the past is unchangeable. It exists only as a memory in our minds. To hold on to it is to inflict unnecessary suffering upon ourselves. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Think of yourself as dead. You have lived your life. Now take what's left and live it properly." This is not a morbid statement, but an invitation to shift perspective. If today was the first day of a new life, would you still carry the burden of yesterday's mistakes? Instead of reliving the past, we can choose to focus on what is within our control. the present moment, and the future we can shape. Before bed, try this Stoic exercise. Identify one past mistake that still lingers in your mind. Ask yourself, can I change this event? If the answer is no, then it serves no purpose to dwell on it. Reframe it. What lesson did this mistake teach me? How has it made me wiser? Finally, imagine placing this memory into a box and locking it away. It no longer has power over you. This mental practice allows us to release the past and enter sleep with a mind unburdened by regret. The Stoics emphasize that peace comes from accepting reality as it is, rather than wishing it were different. One of their most famous teachings is the dichotomy of control, which states that some things are within our power and others are not. Our energy should be focused only on what we can influence. Epictetus teaches, some things are up to us and some things are not. If you wish to have peace, learn to distinguish between the two. When we lie awake at night tormented by past events, we must ask ourselves, is this something I can change? If yes, what steps can I take tomorrow to improve the situation? If no, then I must accept it and move forward. Imagine standing in front of a river. The water behind you has already flowed past. It cannot be altered. The only thing you can do is choose how to navigate the waters ahead. Letting go of what is unchangeable brings immense relief and allows for restful sleep. While we cannot change the past, we can change how we interpret it. The stories we tell ourselves about past events shape our emotions and identity. If we frame ourselves as victims, we will feel powerless. If we see ourselves as resilient, every hardship becomes a stepping stone to strength. Seneca encourages, we suffer more in imagination than in reality. Before sleep, try this reflection exercise. Recall a difficult experience from your past. Instead of focusing on the pain, identify one way this event made you stronger, wiser, or more compassionate. Reframe the story. Instead of, this was a terrible thing that happened to me, say, this was a challenge that shaped me into who I am today. By actively changing our perspective, we free ourselves from the weight of the past. This mindset shift allows us to sleep with gratitude rather than regret. Conquering fear. The Stoic method for inner strength. Fear is one of the most paralyzing emotions we experience. It can keep us awake at night, replaying worst-case scenarios in our minds. We fear failure, rejection, uncertainty, and even death itself. But the Stoics remind us that fear is not caused by the external world. It is a result of our own interpretations and perceptions. Epictetus famously states, men are not afraid of things, but of how they view them. This means that fear does not exist in objective reality. It exists in the mind. Two people can face the same situation. One may experience terror, while the other remains calm. The difference lies in their thoughts, not the event itself. To apply this wisdom, we must train ourselves to question our fears. Is this fear based on reality or imagination? What is the absolute worst that could happen? Even if the worst happens, would I survive? By dissecting fear logically, we weaken its grip on our minds. One of the most powerful Stoic practices for dealing with fear is premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils. This exercise involves mentally preparing for potential difficulties in advance, so they do not shake us when they arrive. Seneca advises, He robs present ills of their power who has perceived their coming beforehand. Before sleep, take a moment to visualize one of your fears. Imagine the worst-case scenario unfolding, but instead of reacting with panic, picture yourself handling it with wisdom and strength. Ask yourself, what emotions would arise in this situation? How would a Stoic respond? What actions could I take to turn this challenge into an opportunity? By rehearsing adversity in our minds, we develop resilience. When difficulties actually arise, they will not feel overwhelming. They will feel like familiar territory, something we have already trained for. One of the greatest fears humans face is the fear of death. Many people lie awake at night, anxious about their mortality. But the Stoics had a radically different perspective. Instead of fearing death, they embraced it as a natural part of life. Marcus Aurelius reflects, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." This is not a call to nihilism, but a call to live fully. The awareness of death should not paralyze us. It should liberate us. If we accept that our time is limited, we will stop wasting it on trivial concerns and meaningless fears. Before bed, remind yourself, death is a natural part of existence, just as birth is. Every moment is precious because it is fleeting. Instead of fearing the end, I should focus on making each day meaningful. By making peace with mortality, we remove one of the deepest sources of anxiety and allow ourselves to rest with a sense of completeness. The art of detachment, how to let go of unnecessary suffering. Much of our suffering comes from attachment. Attachment to people, possessions, status, or even opinions. We cling to things as if they define us, and when they change or disappear, we feel lost. The Stoics teach us that true peace comes from detachment, from understanding that everything in life is temporary. Epictetus warns, wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. To apply this wisdom, reflect on what you are attached to. Ask yourself, if I lost this thing, would I still be whole? Am I defining my happiness by external circumstances? How can I cultivate a sense of inner stability that is not dependent on the outside world? By loosening our grip on material desires and external validation, we free ourselves from unnecessary suffering. One way to train detachment is through voluntary discomfort, intentionally experiencing minor hardships to prove to ourselves that we can live without luxuries. Seneca recommended occasional periods of fasting, sleeping on the floor, or wearing simple clothing to remind oneself that comfort is not a necessity. Seneca writes, "Set aside a certain number of days during which you shall be content with the scantiest and cheapest fare, with coarse and rough dress, saying to yourself all the while, 'Is this the condition that I feared?' Before sleep, ask yourself, what luxury am I attached to that I could temporarily go without? How can I introduce small moments of discomfort to strengthen my resilience? If I lost something valuable, how would I still find contentment?" By training ourselves to endure discomfort, we become unshakable. Nothing can truly be taken from us if our happiness is not tied to external conditions. A major source of suffering is our own ego, the part of us that craves recognition, validation, and success. When things do not go our way, when people do not treat us as we expect, or when life does not unfold according to our plans, we feel frustration and disappointment. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "Choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. Don't feel harmed, and you haven't been. This means that suffering is not caused by external events, but by our reaction to them. The solution: let go of expectations. Accept people and situations as they are, rather than as we wish them to be. Before sleep, reflect on: what expectations did I have today that led to frustration? How can I practice accepting life as it is, rather than how I want it to be? In what ways can I detach from my ego and respond with humility? By releasing attachments to status, outcomes, and validation, we become free. We no longer feel disturbed by the shifting nature of life. The power of simplicity, finding peace in less. In today's world, we are constantly bombarded with messages telling us we need more. More money, more achievements, more possessions. But the Stoics remind us that happiness is not found in excess. It is found in simplicity. Epictetus teaches, wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. Simplicity allows us to focus on what truly matters. Before bed, ask yourself, what unnecessary desires am I holding on to? How would my life improve if I embraced simplicity? What can I let go of to create more peace in my mind? By practicing contentment with less, we eliminate stress and open the door to a more fulfilling life. Cultivating resilience, the Stoic path to endurance. Adversity is a part of life that no one can avoid. Whether it is a personal loss, a professional failure, or a period of illness, hardship will come to everyone. However, the Stoics believe that the way we perceive and respond to adversity is what defines us. Epictetus teaches, difficulties are things that show what men are. This means that challenges reveal the strength or weakness of our character. When faced with adversity, we have the choice to either be defeated by it or to rise above it with resilience. To strengthen our resilience, we must first shift our perspective on suffering. Rather than seeing hardship as an obstacle, we should view it as an opportunity for growth. Before facing adversity, ask yourself, what can I learn from this situation? How can I use this challenge to become stronger? How would a Stoic face this difficulty? By changing our mindset, we can transform adversity into a chance to build inner strength. Resilience is not a trait that is developed overnight. It is cultivated through consistent practice and a willingness to endure hardship. Stoics often engage in voluntary discomfort, as discussed in previous chapters, to build their endurance. This could mean fasting, taking cold showers, or simply refraining from indulging in luxuries. Seneca advises, sometimes even to live is an act of courage. To become resilient, we must train our minds to remain calm and steadfast in the face of difficulties. Before bed, ask yourself, what discomforts can I voluntarily embrace to strengthen my endurance? How can I practice patience in times of stress? What hardships can I endure to develop a stronger character? By embracing endurance as a practice, we become less affected by the storms of life. At the core of Stoic resilience is the cultivation of virtue. The Stoics believe that virtue, living in accordance with wisdom, justice, courage, and moderation, is the true source of strength. When we align ourselves with virtue, we can endure any hardship without losing our sense of purpose. Marcus Aurelius reflects, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one. Resilience is not simply about enduring suffering, it is about enduring with integrity and moral clarity. In times of difficulty, ask yourself, how can I maintain my virtue in the face of hardship? What actions can I take to uphold my values, no matter the circumstances? By focusing on virtue, we find an inner strength that cannot be shaken by external events. Embracing change, the Stoic approach to life's transitions. Change is inevitable in life, yet it often brings discomfort. Whether it's a career change, a move to a new place, or the ending of a relationship, we fear what we don't know. The Stoics, however, teach us that change is not something to resist, but rather something to embrace as a natural part of life. Heraclitus famously said, "Change is the only constant in life." For the Stoics, resisting change only leads to suffering. The more we cling to the past, the more we create unnecessary pain. Instead of fearing change, we must learn to flow with it, accepting that what comes is what should be. Before facing change, ask yourself, how can I adapt to this change instead of resisting it? What is an opportunity I can seize in this transition? How can I focus on the things I can control during this period of change? By viewing change as a natural and inevitable process, we can learn to embrace it with calm and grace. Our experience of change is often shaped by our perception of it. A move to a new city may feel like a daunting challenge or an exciting new chapter, depending on how we frame the situation. Stoicism teaches that we have control over how we perceive events, and this perception is what ultimately shapes our experience of them. Epictetus reminds us, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. When faced with change, instead of focusing on the potential negative outcomes, we can shift our focus to the positive opportunities that might arise. By reinterpreting change as a source of growth and learning, we can transform what might feel like a loss into a gain. Before facing a change, ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? How can I turn this transition into an opportunity for growth? What strengths can I develop during this time? By shifting our perception of change, we open ourselves up to new possibilities and experiences. Although change is a constant, Stoicism teaches us that we can find stability within ourselves, regardless of what is happening around us. The key is to cultivate inner virtues such as wisdom, courage, and tranquility, which are not affected by external events. Marcus Aurelius writes, "Nothing can happen to me that is not part of the whole." This reminds us that no matter what changes occur in life, we are part of a greater whole, and we can remain steady in the face of uncertainty. By focusing on our internal growth and remaining anchored in our principles, we can weather any storm of change. Before navigating a transition, ask yourself, how can I stay rooted in my values during this change? What internal resources can I rely on for strength? How can I cultivate peace amidst the uncertainty? By cultivating this inner stability, we can face any change with confidence and resilience. The strength of self-discipline, mastering your mind and actions. Self-discipline is often seen as the key to success in many areas of life. It is the ability to control one's emotions, behaviors, and desires in the face of external demands to achieve a greater goal or purpose. The Stoics viewed self-discipline as a fundamental virtue, essential not only for personal growth, but for living a life aligned with nature and reason. Seneca writes, "True happiness is to be found in self-discipline, not in indulgence." For the Stoics, self-discipline is not about rigid control or self-punishment, but about making conscious choices that align with one's values and long-term goals. It involves resisting immediate pleasures and temptations in order to focus on what truly matters. The Stoic practice of prohairesis, the use of rational choice, helps us understand that true freedom comes not from indulging our impulses, but from mastering them. Before acting impulsively, ask yourself, what is the long-term consequence of this action? How can I align this decision with my core values? What greater purpose am I working towards, and how can I make choices that contribute to it? By practicing self-discipline in both small and large matters, we build the strength to navigate life with greater focus and intention. One of the key aspects of self-discipline is the ability to resist the temptations that lead us away from our goals. Whether it's the temptation to procrastinate, overindulge in food, or chase after fleeting pleasures, the Stoics teach us that true happiness does not lie in excess or indulgence. Instead, it is found in moderation and temperance. Epictetus reminds us, don't hanker after what you don't have. The things you already have are far better than the ones you are yearning for. The Stoics believed that resisting temptation is not about denying ourselves pleasures for the sake of suffering. It's about understanding that our desires can often cloud our judgment and prevent us from living a life of virtue. By choosing moderation over excess, we align ourselves with our higher purpose, which leads to lasting fulfillment. Before succumbing to a temptation, ask yourself, is this desire aligned with my values and long-term goals? What would be the consequences of indulging in this temptation? How can I practice moderation in this moment? By embracing moderation and resisting impulsive desires, we strengthen our will and find peace in knowing that we have control over our actions. Cultivating gratitude, the Stoic path to contentment. Gratitude is one of the most powerful tools for cultivating contentment and tranquility. It shifts our focus from what we lack to what we already have, which is essential for leading a fulfilling life. The Stoics saw gratitude not as a passive feeling, but as an active practice, one that can transform our mindset and our relationship with the world. Seneca wisely states, gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others. The Stoic practice of gratitude involves recognizing the many blessings in our lives, no matter how small they may seem. By consciously reflecting on what we are thankful for, we train our minds to focus on abundance rather than scarcity. This mental shift can dramatically reduce feelings of dissatisfaction and anxiety, leading to greater peace. Before going to sleep, ask yourself, what am I truly grateful for today, no matter how simple it seems? How can I shift my perspective to appreciate the things I may have taken for granted? What positive moments or lessons have I experienced today? By integrating gratitude into our daily practice, we build an inner sense of contentment and joy that remains untouched by external circumstances. In our consumer-driven society, it is easy to fall into the trap of always wanting more. We are constantly bombarded with messages telling us that happiness lies just beyond the next acquisition, achievement, or experience. But the Stoics remind us that true happiness is not found in external possessions or circumstances. It is found in how we perceive and respond to the world around us. Epictetus teaches, don't ask for things to happen the way you want them to. Rather, wish that what happens will be what you want. This Stoic wisdom helps us realize that our peace does not depend on getting more, but on accepting and appreciating what we already have. When we shift our focus from what we lack to what we possess, we find that we are already rich in the things that matter most: health, relationships, and the ability to think and act with virtue. Before feeling the pull to acquire something new, ask yourself, what do I already have that brings me joy and fulfillment? How can I refocus on the abundance in my life rather than what I don't have? What small things can I appreciate today that I might overlook in the hustle for more? By cultivating this mindset of sufficiency, we no longer seek happiness through material things, but through our ability to find peace in the present moment. It's easy to be grateful for the good things in life, but the Stoics also encourage us to be grateful for adversity. Difficulties and challenges, while uncomfortable, are powerful opportunities for growth and self-improvement. In fact, some of our greatest lessons come from hardship, as it forces us to reflect on our values and strengthen our character. Marcus Aurelius writes, "Reject your sense of injury, and the injury itself disappears." This means that adversity only harms us if we perceive it as a negative force. Instead, the Stoics recommend embracing difficulty with a sense of gratitude, recognizing that it is a teacher in disguise. Every challenge can help us develop resilience, wisdom, and courage, essential traits for living a virtuous life. Before reacting to hardship, ask yourself, how can I learn and grow from this challenge? What virtues can I develop through this adversity? How can I practice gratitude for the lessons this difficulty is offering me? By learning to be grateful for the hard moments, we transform them from burdens into blessings, shaping them into powerful catalysts for personal growth. The practice of gratitude becomes even more profound when coupled with self-reflection. By regularly reflecting on the things we are grateful for, we can deepen our appreciation for the positive aspects of our lives. This practice allows us to become more mindful of the richness in our daily experience and helps us to recognize the fleeting nature of time, prompting us to cherish the present. Seneca encourages us, "Be careful that you do not forget to reflect on your own life. It is only by reflecting on how much we have to be grateful for that we can truly appreciate the fleeting moments." By setting aside time each day to reflect on our blessings, we begin to notice the beauty and goodness that may otherwise go unnoticed in the busyness of life. In moments of reflection, we become more aware of how much we have already received, cultivating an enduring sense of gratitude that persists even in times of difficulty. Before reflecting at the end of the day, ask yourself, what moments of beauty or joy did I experience today? How can I recognize and appreciate the small blessings that I often overlook? What can I learn about myself from these moments of reflection? By incorporating daily self-reflection into our gratitude practice, we make gratitude a permanent part of our mindset, ultimately finding deeper peace and joy in every day. The power of reflection, learning from every experience. Reflection is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It is through reflection that we learn from our experiences, recognize our mistakes, and reinforce the lessons that life continually offers us. Without reflection, we risk repeating the same errors and missing out on the opportunities for growth that come with self-awareness. The Stoics encouraged frequent self-examination, recognizing that it is only through understanding ourselves that we can improve and align more closely with nature. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." This simple yet profound statement highlights the importance of not just thinking about virtue, but actually embodying it through our actions. Reflecting on our daily conduct allows us to assess whether we are living up to our ideals, and it helps us adjust our course when necessary. Through reflection, we cultivate wisdom, turning every experience, whether positive or negative, into an opportunity for self-improvement. Before bed, ask yourself, how did my actions today align with my values? What lessons have I learned from my successes and failures? What can I improve on tomorrow to be a better person? By engaging in regular reflection, we ensure that we are not simply living passively, but that we are actively learning and growing from each day's experiences. Failure, in many ways, is an essential teacher in life. While success is celebrated, failure is often where the most important lessons are learned. For the Stoics, failure is not something to fear or avoid, but something to embrace as an inevitable and valuable part of the human experience. Every failure carries within it a lesson, an opportunity to adjust our approach, to understand our limitations, and to grow stronger. Seneca wrote, "Failing is not falling down, but staying down." This reflects the Stoic belief that our true measure is not how we fare when everything goes well, but how we rise when things go wrong. Reflection on our failures allows us to see them not as signs of inadequacy, but as moments for critical learning and self-growth. The key is to maintain a sense of resilience and to use each setback as an opportunity for improvement, rather than letting it discourage or define us. Before reacting to a failure, ask yourself, what lesson can I learn from this experience? What did I do wrong, and how can I approach the situation differently next time? How can I use this setback to strengthen my character and resolve? Through reflective practice, we turn failure into a stepping stone towards success, understanding that every obstacle is part of the journey. Journaling is one of the most powerful tools for cultivating reflection. It allows us to track our progress, document our thoughts, and engage in a deeper form of self-examination. The Stoics were avid journalers, using writing as a way to clarify their thoughts, reinforce their commitments, and explore their inner worlds. Marcus Aurelius's Meditations is perhaps the most famous example of Stoic journaling, a series of personal reflections that became a timeless guide to living with virtue and wisdom. Marcus Aurelius writes, "Every day I tell myself that I am a soldier in a battle to preserve my virtue, and I must remain steady regardless of the circumstances." By journaling, we can give voice to our inner thoughts, track our progress in various areas of life, and hold ourselves accountable to our values. The act of writing helps externalize our reflections, allowing us to gain clarity and objectivity. It is an intimate conversation with ourselves, where we can explore our reactions to daily events and assess whether our actions align with our principles. Before journaling at night, ask yourself, what went well today and why? What could I have done better, and how will I approach it differently next time? How can I reinforce my commitment to living virtuously in the coming days? By committing to the practice of journaling, we make reflection a consistent part of our routine, ensuring that we continue to learn, grow, and live according to our values. The awareness of our own mortality is one of the most profound forms of reflection that can change our perspective on life. For the Stoics, contemplating death was not a source of fear or despair, but an invitation to live more fully. By regularly reflecting on death, we can free ourselves from the trivial distractions of life and focus on what truly matters. Death, in its inevitability, reminds us to make each moment count, to live with purpose, and to cherish the time we have. Seneca writes, "Life is long if you know how to use it." The Stoics believed that by reflecting on death, we learn to live with greater urgency, focusing on what is meaningful rather than wasting time on things that do not matter. This practice helps us appreciate life's fleeting nature and encourages us to make the most of every opportunity. It is through the contemplation of death that we learn to live a life of virtue and meaning. Before bed, reflect on, if I were to die tomorrow, would I be satisfied with how I've lived? What will I leave behind, and how will I be remembered? What can I do today to live more fully and purposefully tomorrow? By incorporating reflection on death into our lives, we remove the fear of mortality and replace it with a deeper appreciation for the present moment. Embracing virtue, the heart of Stoicism. Virtue, according to the Stoics, is the highest good, and living a virtuous life is the primary goal of Stoic philosophy. Virtue encompasses qualities like wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, and it is through cultivating these virtues that we align ourselves with the natural order and achieve true happiness. For the Stoics, virtue is not merely an abstract concept, it is something to be lived and practiced every day. Epictetus teaches, "Freedom is the only true possession. To be virtuous is to be free." By practicing virtue, we not only live in accordance with nature, but also free ourselves from the chains of external circumstances. Virtue is what allows us to navigate life's challenges with resilience and equanimity. The Stoics believed that a virtuous life is a peaceful life, one that is not dependent on external goods or events, but rather rooted in our own character and choices. Before you go to bed, ask yourself, what virtuous actions did I take today? How did my thoughts and actions align with wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance? What can I do tomorrow to cultivate more virtue in my life? By continually striving to live virtuously, we make progress toward the Stoic ideal of a harmonious life, unshaken by the ups and downs of fortune. The Stoic ideal of wisdom is the understanding of what is truly in our control and what is not. Wisdom allows us to navigate life's challenges with clarity and insight, helping us to make decisions that align with our values and the natural order. It is through wisdom that we recognize the importance of our thoughts and attitudes, as these are the things we can control. Marcus Aurelius states, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." This is a call to embody wisdom, not just to talk about it or theorize, but to live it. Wisdom allows us to assess each situation objectively and respond appropriately, free from the distortions of passion and fear. It teaches us to focus on what is truly important, to let go of trivial concerns, and to live with a sense of purpose. Before sleep, reflect on, how did I use my wisdom today to make decisions? What thoughts and actions could I have handled with more clarity and discernment? How can I apply more wisdom to my challenges tomorrow? By cultivating wisdom, we ensure that our actions align with our true purpose and the Stoic ideal of living in harmony with nature. Courage is the willingness to act in accordance with reason, even in the face of fear, pain, or adversity. For the Stoics, courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to act despite it. It is the virtue that allows us to stand firm in our principles, even when the world around us tries to sway us. Courage is not just about physical bravery, it is about moral strength and the ability to face life's challenges with grace and resolve. Seneca writes, "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to act in spite of it." Courage allows us to confront uncomfortable truths, to take risks in pursuit of our goals, and to face suffering without letting it control us. The Stoic view of courage is grounded in the understanding that fear is often irrational, and that we have the power to overcome it through rational thought and virtue. Before going to bed, ask yourself, what fears did I face today, and how did I respond to them? How can I strengthen my courage in the face of challenges tomorrow? What actions can I take to be more courageous in my daily life? By cultivating courage, we free ourselves from the tyranny of fear and open ourselves to the full potential of living a virtuous life. Justice is the virtue that governs our relationships with others. It is the commitment to treat others with fairness, honesty, and integrity. For the Stoics, justice is not just about following laws or rules. It is about acting with a deep sense of responsibility toward others, recognizing that we are all part of a larger community. Marcus Aurelius writes, "Justice is the mother of all virtues. It is the bond of society." Justice requires that we act in ways that promote the common good, that we consider the well-being of others in our decisions, and that we stand up for what is right, even when it is difficult. It involves the recognition that we are all connected and that our actions affect the lives of others. Before sleep, reflect on, how did I act justly today in my relationships with others? Where can I improve my sense of fairness and integrity in my dealings with others? How can I better serve the community and promote the common good tomorrow? By practicing justice, we contribute to a more harmonious and just world, fulfilling our duty as members of the human community. Temperance is the virtue that governs our desires and appetites. It is the ability to exercise self-control, to refrain from indulgence, and to maintain balance in our lives. For the Stoics, temperance is essential for living a virtuous life, as it allows us to avoid excess and focus on what is truly important. By practicing temperance, we maintain harmony within ourselves and avoid the destructive influence of unchecked desires. Seneca writes, "Temperance is not about abstinence, but about control." Temperance is not about rejecting pleasure altogether, but about recognizing that pleasure should not be the driving force in our lives. It is about using reason to guide our desires, ensuring that they do not control us or lead us astray. Through temperance, we gain mastery over our impulses and learn to live in accordance with our higher values. Before bed, ask yourself, where did I practice temperance today, and where did I fail? What desires did I control, and which ones controlled me? How can I improve my self-control and maintain balance tomorrow? By cultivating temperance, we ensure that our desires do not lead us away from our true purpose, allowing us to live in a state of equilibrium and peace. The Stoic mindset, reframing life's challenges. One of the most profound teachings of Stoicism is that our perception of events shapes our reality. Stoics argue that nothing is inherently good or bad. Rather, it is our judgments that determine whether an event is beneficial or harmful to us. This idea was famously articulated by Epictetus, who said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This means that we have the power to choose our response to any given situation. Our minds are the lens through which we interpret the world, and by altering our perspective, we can change the impact that life's challenges have on us. In Stoicism, this concept is known as the dichotomy of control, the understanding that there are things we can control, our thoughts, actions, and reactions, and things we cannot control, the actions of others, the past, and future events. To apply this Stoic principle, we must constantly remind ourselves, what part of this situation is within my control? What part is beyond my control? How can I respond in a way that is in alignment with my values? By reframing challenges as opportunities for growth, we can maintain a sense of peace and purpose, regardless of external circumstances. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by difficulty, we can see it as a chance to practice virtue, to demonstrate resilience, and to further cultivate our wisdom. Before sleep, ask yourself, what challenges did I face today, and how did I choose to perceive them? How can I shift my perspective in the future to view difficulties as opportunities for growth? What part of my reaction was within my control, and how can I improve my response next time? By consciously choosing how we perceive life's events, we can transform our experiences and cultivate a more resilient mindset. The Stoics did not shy away from adversity. In fact, they believed that hardship was a natural and necessary part of life. In their view, adversity serves as the ultimate test of character, providing an opportunity to demonstrate virtue in action. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Obstacles do not block the path, they are the path." This perspective shifts our relationship with adversity. Instead of seeing challenges as something to be avoided or feared, the Stoics encourage us to embrace them as opportunities for growth. Each obstacle is a chance to practice wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Stoics often practiced a mental exercise called premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils, in which they would imagine the worst possible outcomes and prepare themselves for them. This practice was designed to desensitize them to hardship, making it less likely to overwhelm them when it actually occurred. Before bed, reflect on, what adversities did I face today, and how did I respond? How can I prepare myself mentally for future challenges? What virtues did I call upon to navigate difficulty today, and how can I strengthen those virtues for the future? By embracing adversity as an inevitable part of life, we can develop a mindset that sees difficulties as opportunities rather than threats. Through this Stoic approach, we are better equipped to remain calm, resilient, and focused in the face of hardship. Discipline is the foundation of the Stoic way of life. It is the practice of self-control, consistency, and the ability to remain committed to one's values regardless of external circumstances. Discipline allows us to prioritize our long-term goals over immediate gratification and to persist in the pursuit of virtue. Seneca reminds us, discipline is the key to a virtuous life. Without it, we are slaves to our impulses. In Stoicism, discipline is not about rigidly controlling every aspect of our lives, but about exercising thoughtful restraint in areas where we are prone to excess or distraction. It is about developing habits that align with our values and about staying focused on what truly matters. For example, instead of reacting impulsively to frustration, the disciplined Stoic takes a moment to breathe and think before responding. Before you go to sleep, ask yourself, what disciplined actions did I take today to align with my values? Where did I lack discipline, and how can I improve tomorrow? How can I cultivate more self-control in areas where I tend to falter? By developing discipline, we reinforce our ability to live in accordance with reason, cultivating a life of purpose and meaning. Reflection is an essential component of the Stoic mindset. It allows us to evaluate our actions, thoughts, and behaviors, helping us to grow and improve over time. By regularly reflecting on our day, we can identify areas where we succeeded in living virtuously and areas where we may have fallen short. Marcus Aurelius famously wrote in his Meditations, "Nowhere can man find a quieter or more trouble-free retreat than in his own soul." The practice of reflection gives us the space to return to ourselves, to review our actions and to recalibrate. It is in these quiet moments of introspection that we can make adjustments to our behavior and deepen our understanding of what it means to live a virtuous life. Before bed, take a few moments to reflect. What did I do well today in terms of living according to my values? Where did I fall short, and how can I improve tomorrow? What lessons did I learn today that will help me grow as a person? By taking time for reflection each day, we create the space for self-improvement and continuous growth. This practice helps us stay focused on our Stoic ideals and reinforces our commitment to living virtuously. Turning obstacles into opportunities. One of the most famous Stoic ideas is that obstacles are not roadblocks. They are the path itself. Instead of seeing difficulties as setbacks, the Stoic mindset views them as essential training for personal growth. Marcus Aurelius powerfully states, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This means that every challenge, no matter how frustrating or painful, holds within it an opportunity to develop resilience, patience, or wisdom. Imagine you face an unexpected problem, perhaps a financial setback, a career disappointment, or a personal betrayal. A non-Stoic response might be frustration, self-pity, or anger. But a Stoic response asks, how can I use this to grow? What lesson is hidden in this difficulty? If I were to look back on this moment years from now, how would I want to have handled it? By shifting your perspective, problems become teachers rather than enemies. They force you to adapt, think creatively, and develop inner strength. Before bed, take a problem you are facing and ask, what is this situation teaching me? If this were a test of my character, how would I pass it? What action can I take that aligns with wisdom and courage? Practicing this mental shift transforms frustration into fuel, helping you face life with greater calmness and control. The power of voluntary discomfort. Comfort is addictive. The more we seek ease and pleasure, the more fragile we become when life inevitably presents hardship. The Stoics understood that to cultivate true strength, we must occasionally step outside our comfort zone, on purpose. Seneca advised practicing voluntary discomfort. Set aside a certain number of days during which you shall be content with the scantiest and cheapest fare, with coarse and rough dress, saying to yourself, "Is this the condition that I feared?" The purpose of this exercise is not suffering for its own sake, but training the mind to be less dependent on external comforts. When you practice discomfort intentionally, you become less fearful of life's unpredictability. Some simple ways to implement this. Take cold showers to build resilience against discomfort. Sleep on the floor for a night to remind yourself that luxury is not a necessity. Fast for a day to strengthen self-discipline and appreciate food more deeply. Go without technology for a set period to free yourself from distractions. Ask yourself, what small discomfort can I embrace to build mental toughness? In what areas of life am I too dependent on ease and convenience? How did ancient Stoics train themselves to endure hardship? And how can I apply this today? By welcoming small hardships now, you prepare yourself to face real adversity with unshakable confidence. Mastering emotional control, the Stoics' guide to inner peace. One of the most liberating Stoic teachings is the idea that emotions are not reality. They are simply judgments we place on events. When we feel anger, sadness, or anxiety, it is not the event itself causing the emotion, but our interpretation of it. Epictetus teaches, it is not things that upset us, but our opinions about them. Consider this example. You send a message to a friend and they don't reply. Your initial reaction might be frustration or insecurity. Did I say something wrong? Or are they ignoring me? But the reality could be far simpler. They may be busy, distracted, or facing their own struggles. By recognizing that emotions are subjective, we gain the power to change them. Instead of reacting impulsively, a Stoic asks, "Is my emotion based on facts or assumptions? Would a wise person react this way? How can I reframe this situation with reason instead of emotion?" When reflecting on the day, ask, "What emotions controlled me today and why? How could I have handled them with greater wisdom? How can I train myself to pause before reacting emotionally?" This practice helps separate irrational emotions from rational thinking, leading to greater inner peace. Practicing the pause, responding, not reacting. When faced with provocation, our instinct is often to react immediately, whether in anger, frustration, or defensiveness. But the Stoics teach the value of the pause, the moment of stillness before choosing a response. Marcus Aurelius advises, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Imagine you are in a heated argument. Instead of reacting instantly, take a deep breath and ask yourself, "Is this worth my energy? What response aligns with my values? Will this matter a year from now?" Practicing the pause allows you to act with wisdom rather than impulse. Over time, this habit rewires the brain, making emotional control second nature. Consider a moment in your day where you felt emotionally triggered. Ask, "Did I react or respond? How could I have handled it better? What lesson can I apply next time?" By training ourselves to pause before reacting, we develop unshakable control over our emotional state. Finding joy in simplicity, the Stoics' path to lasting happiness. Modern society conditions us to believe that happiness depends on external achievements, money, recognition, relationships. But the Stoics argue that true contentment is found in simplicity, not excess. Epictetus states, "If you wish to be rich, do not add to your money, but subtract from your desires." This means that happiness is not about having more, but needing less. The fewer expectations and attachments we have, the freer we become. Instead of chasing status, appreciate what you already have. Instead of longing for a different life, focus on making the best of your current one. Instead of comparing yourself to others, practice gratitude for your own path. Ask yourself, what simple pleasure did I experience today? Am I attaching my happiness to something outside my control? How can I practice finding joy in the present moment? By embracing simplicity, we unlock a deeper, more sustainable form of happiness, one that does not depend on circumstances, but on mindset. The art of letting go, embracing impermanence. One of the greatest causes of suffering is our attachment to things, people, and outcomes. We hold on to possessions, relationships, and expectations as if they are permanent, yet everything in life is in a state of constant change. The Stoics remind us that true peace comes from embracing impermanence rather than resisting it. Seneca teaches, "What fortune has made yours is not your own." This means that everything we own, our wealth, status, even the people we love, is only temporarily in our possession. Life can take anything away at any moment. Rather than fearing this truth, the Stoic perspective is to accept it fully and live with gratitude for what we have while we have it. To cultivate this mindset, consider practicing negative visualization. Imagine losing something valuable, not to be sad, but to appreciate it more deeply. Detachment from outcomes. Do your best, but release the need to control results. Living in the present. Focus on the now rather than worrying about the future or clinging to the past. Each night, ask yourself, what am I holding onto too tightly? If I lost it, how could I still find peace? How can I practice gratitude for what I have today? By training ourselves to let go, we become more resilient to life's inevitable changes. Silence and solitude, the Stoics' secret to clarity. In the modern world, we are constantly bombarded with noise, news, notifications, endless distractions. This mental clutter makes it difficult to think clearly or maintain inner peace. The Stoics understood the power of silence and solitude as tools for self-reflection and wisdom. Marcus Aurelius valued moments of stillness. Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul. By spending time in silence, we can reconnect with our inner selves, process our thoughts, and gain clarity on what truly matters. Simple ways to cultivate this practice include taking walks without music or distractions, spending time alone in nature, practicing silent meditation before bed, journaling thoughts without judgment or external input. At the end of the day, reflect on, did I allow myself moments of silence today? What insights arose when I was alone with my thoughts? How can I create more space for inner clarity? By embracing solitude, we gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. The discipline of desire, wanting less, living more. One of the biggest sources of dissatisfaction is desire, the endless craving for more money, more success, more recognition. The Stoics saw this as a trap that leads to suffering, because as soon as one desire is fulfilled, another takes its place. Epictetus warns, wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. True freedom comes from mastering desire, not feeding it. Instead of constantly chasing more, we can learn to find contentment in what we already have. Ways to practice this include recognizing that external things do not bring lasting happiness, training yourself to be satisfied with simple pleasures, practicing gratitude daily for what is already present. Each night, reflect on, what did I desire today that I didn't truly need? How could I simplify my wants and find joy in what I already have? What non-material aspects of life bring me the most fulfillment? By taming desire, we unlock a deeper, more lasting form of happiness. The art of indifference, mastering emotional detachment. Emotions can be powerful forces, capable of clouding judgment, causing suffering, and leading to impulsive decisions. The Stoics, however, taught the virtue of apatheia, not in the sense of being emotionless, but in achieving a state of rational calm, where external events do not dictate inner peace. Epictetus reminds us, if you are disturbed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment. This does not mean suppressing emotions, but rather observing them without being controlled by them. The practice of detachment involves recognizing that emotions are temporary and fleeting, identifying whether an emotional response is useful or unnecessary, creating space between stimulus and reaction through mindfulness. At the end of the day, reflect, what emotions affected me today? Did they serve me or did they hinder me? How can I cultivate a more rational and composed mindset? By practicing indifference to things beyond our control, we find emotional freedom. The discipline of action, doing what must be done. The Stoics did not believe in merely thinking about virtue, they believed in living it. Knowledge and reflection are valuable, but they mean nothing without action. True Stoicism is about applying wisdom to daily life. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." Instead of waiting for perfect conditions or endless deliberation, Stoicism teaches us to act decisively. If something needs to be done, do it now. If a difficult conversation is required, have it. If an opportunity arises, take it without hesitation. Self-discipline is the foundation of this practice. Each night, ask yourself, did I take meaningful action today? What task did I avoid that I should have faced? How can I ensure tomorrow is filled with deliberate effort? By focusing on action rather than overthinking, we become masters of our own fate. The simplicity of enough, finding joy in less. Modern life often revolves around accumulation, more possessions, more achievements, more status. But the Stoics saw excess as a distraction from true fulfillment. They practiced eudaimonia, the flourishing life, which comes not from abundance, but from understanding what is truly enough. Seneca wisely said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, who is poor." True wealth is found in enjoying what you have rather than chasing more, reducing distractions and unnecessary complexity, appreciating life's simple moments, food, nature, companionship. At the end of the day, reflect, what unnecessary desires distracted me today? Did I find joy in simple things? How can I further simplify my life? By redefining what enough means, we free ourselves from the endless pursuit of more. The Stoic art of letting go, releasing attachment to outcomes. Much of human suffering comes not from events themselves, but from our attachment to specific outcomes. We crave control, predictability, and certainty, yet the universe remains indifferent to our desires. The Stoics understood this well and developed a mindset that freed them from disappointment by learning to let go. Epictetus taught, "Do not seek for things to happen the way you want them to. Rather, wish for them to happen as they do, and you will be at peace." This does not mean giving up ambition or effort. It means understanding that our role is to act virtuously and wisely, while accepting that external events are beyond us. The only true loss is the loss of inner tranquility, and that happens when we resist what we cannot change. Practical steps to letting go. Detach from results. Focus on the effort, not the reward. If you do your best, the outcome is irrelevant. Accept the flow of life. Remind yourself that setbacks, delays, and failures are all part of the natural order. Practice voluntary hardship. Occasionally deny yourself small comforts to build resilience and prepare for inevitable disappointments. Reframe setbacks. Instead of seeing failure as a loss, see it as a lesson, a redirection, or an opportunity to grow. Each night, reflect on your expectations and whether they served you. Ask yourself, did I stress over something beyond my control today? How could I have accepted events with more grace? What can I release in order to experience greater peace? By mastering the art of letting go, we free ourselves from the emotional turbulence caused by attachment to outcomes. The courage to stand alone, independence of thought and action. In a world that pressures us to conform, to seek validation, and to follow the crowd, the Stoic stands apart. Not out of rebellion, but out of principle. Independence of mind is one of the greatest strengths a person can develop. It means thinking for oneself, acting according to virtue rather than popularity, and never sacrificing integrity for the sake of acceptance. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, the approval of others, whether they praise or criticize, is nothing to the wise man. His worth comes from within. How to develop mental independence. Trust your reasoning. Instead of relying on public opinion, form your own judgments based on logic and virtue. Accept loneliness if necessary. At times, doing what is right may leave you standing alone. This is a sign of strength, not failure. Avoid the need for praise. Praise and criticism are just noises. Do not let them dictate your self-worth. Be wary of herd mentality. Just because something is widely accepted does not make it wise or good. At night, reflect on your independence of thought. Did I make choices based on my values, or did I follow the crowd? Did I seek approval today? If so, why? How can I strengthen my ability to stand firm in my beliefs? The path of wisdom is often a solitary one, but it leads to true freedom. The hidden power of patience, enduring life's trials with grace. In a fast-paced world that rewards instant gratification, patience has become a rare virtue. The Stoics, however, considered it a mark of wisdom and strength. They understood that good things take time, that hardship is temporary, and that the ability to wait without frustration is one of the highest forms of self-mastery. Seneca wrote, "He who endures patiently without complaint achieves mastery over himself." Why patience is a superpower? It prevents impulsive mistakes. Many regrets come from acting too quickly out of anger or fear. It increases resilience. The ability to endure discomfort makes a person unshakable. It reduces suffering. If you accept that some things take time, you remove the frustration of unrealistic expectations. Ways to develop patience. Breathe before reacting. Give yourself time to think before responding to provocation. Practice waiting. Deliberately slow down your reactions and observe how it changes your perspective. Accept life's timing. Some things cannot be rushed. Trust that they will unfold as they should. Ask yourself at the end of the day, did I lose patience today? What caused it? How could I have handled that moment differently? Where in my life do I need to cultivate more patience? By strengthening patience, we gain control over both our emotions and our destiny. The final test, facing fear without flinching. Fear is a natural human response, but the Stoics believed that most fears are illusions. They saw fear as an enemy that weakens the mind, distorts reality, and prevents people from living fully. To them, courage was not the absence of fear, but the refusal to be ruled by it. Marcus Aurelius instructed, "It is not death that a man should fear, but never beginning to live." How to overcome fear like a Stoic. Face what you fear in small doses. Expose yourself to discomfort gradually until it loses its power over you. Ask, what's the worst that can happen? Most fears, when examined logically, are exaggerated. Embrace discomfort as training. Hardships strengthen you for greater challenges. Accept that fear is a thought, not reality. You do not have to act on fear. Acknowledge it, then move forward. At night, reflect on your courage. Did fear hold me back from anything today? How could I have acted with more bravery? What fear can I confront tomorrow? To live without fear is to live fully. The Stoic path to inner fortitude, building an unshakable spirit. Strength is often misunderstood as something external, muscles, power, dominance. But true strength, the kind that withstands any storm, comes from within. The Stoics cultivated an inner fortress, a mind so steady that no external force could shake it. They believed that true power lies in resilience, not in force, in composure, not in control over others. Epictetus taught, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Mastery of the self begins with discipline, endurance, and the ability to remain steady in the face of adversity. A Stoic does not crumble under pressure. They do not panic when plans fall apart. They do not surrender to fear, frustration, or despair. Instead, they remain firm, knowing that no hardship is greater than their own ability to endure it. How to develop an unshakable spirit. Train for discomfort. Regularly challenge yourself to step outside your comfort zone. The more you endure, the less life can hurt you. Eliminate excuses. The mind loves to justify weakness. Reject these thoughts and choose action over inertia. Stand firm in chaos. When everything is falling apart, remain composed. Your strength is measured by how you respond to disorder. Reject victimhood. Hardships are not personal attacks. They are opportunities to test your resilience. Each night reflect. Did I remain steady in the face of difficulty today? Where did I show weakness, and how can I correct it? What small challenge can I embrace tomorrow to grow stronger? Through discipline and endurance, we forge a mind that is indestructible. The wisdom of accepting death, living with purpose and without fear. To the Stoics, death was not something to be feared. It was a fact of existence, as natural as the rising and setting of the sun. They taught that by accepting death fully, we free ourselves from its grip and learn to truly live. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." Instead of running from thoughts of mortality, the Stoics embraced them. They used death as a reminder to act wisely, to waste no time, and to cherish each moment. When one realizes that life is short, trivial worries disappear. Pride, ego, and material obsessions lose their importance. What remains is only what truly matters. How to live with death in mind. Meditate on mortality. Regularly remind yourself that you will not live forever. This will sharpen your priorities. Let go of petty concerns. Knowing that death is inevitable makes arguments, grudges, and anxieties seem insignificant. Live as if each day were your last. Speak honestly, act courageously, and love deeply, because you may not get another chance. Find comfort in the natural order. Everything that is born must die. This is not a tragedy. It is simply life. Each night reflect, did I waste today on trivial concerns? If I were to die tomorrow, would I be satisfied with how I lived today? How can I ensure my actions reflect what truly matters? By facing death without fear, we learn how to live fully. The art of contentment, finding happiness in the present moment. Modern life is designed to make us feel incomplete. Advertisements tell us we need more. Social media makes us compare. The pursuit of more becomes endless, and happiness is always placed somewhere in the future, after the next achievement, the next purchase, the next milestone. But the Stoics knew that happiness is not something to be found later. It is something to be cultivated now. Seneca wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, who is poor. We suffer because we believe that something is missing, but the truth is, if we cannot be happy with what we have now, we will not be happy even if we obtain more. How to cultivate contentment? Practice gratitude daily. Recognize and appreciate what you already have. Detach from external sources of happiness. True peace comes from within, not from possessions or status. Avoid the trap of comparison. Someone will always have more than you. Focus only on your own journey. Find joy in simplicity. A warm meal, a good conversation, the beauty of nature. These are the real sources of fulfillment. Each night reflect. Did I chase something unnecessary today? Did I appreciate what I already have? What simple joy did I overlook? By embracing contentment, we free ourselves from the illusion that happiness is somewhere in the future. It is here, right now. The true nature of freedom, liberation through self-mastery. Most people think of freedom as the ability to do whatever they want. But the Stoics understood that true freedom is not external, it is internal. A man who is ruled by his emotions, his desires, or his fears is not free. He is a slave to his impulses. Epictetus declared, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Real freedom comes from self-discipline. It comes from controlling our reactions, mastering our desires, and refusing to be dictated by external forces. The person who is truly free is the one who can remain calm in any situation, who does not crave excess, and who does not fear the future. How to cultivate inner freedom? Control your desires. The less you want, the freer you are. Remain unshaken by praise or criticism. Let go of attachment to public opinion. Master your reactions. No one can control your emotions except you. Detach from material dependence. The fewer possessions you rely on, the more independent you become. Each night reflect. Was I in control of myself today, or did external forces control me? Did I let emotions dictate my actions? How can I strengthen my inner freedom tomorrow? By mastering the self, we achieve the highest form of liberation. The power of patience, cultivating endurance in a fast-paced world. Modern life demands speed, instant success, immediate gratification, quick results. We have grown impatient with waiting, with progress that takes time, with anything that does not bring immediate rewards. But the Stoics knew that true greatness is not built in a day. It is forged through patience, perseverance, and a willingness to endure discomfort without complaint. Seneca wrote, "He suffers more than necessary, who suffers before it is necessary." Impatience is a form of unnecessary suffering. When we constantly rush, we rob ourselves of the present moment. When we demand immediate results, we set ourselves up for frustration. Patience, on the other hand, allows us to navigate life with calm, knowing that all things take their proper time. How to cultivate patience? Detach from immediate results, focus on the process, not the outcome. Practice endurance, strengthen your ability to wait by deliberately slowing down. Accept what you cannot speed up. Some things take time, no matter how much you push. Find stillness in the present. When impatience arises, take a deep breath and observe it instead of acting on it. Each night reflect. Where did I allow impatience to dictate my emotions today? What situation tested my endurance, and how did I handle it? How can I develop more patience in my daily life? Through patience, we cultivate resilience, and through resilience, we become unshakable. The discipline of speech, mastering words for wisdom and strength. Words are powerful. They can heal or wound, build or destroy, inspire or mislead. The Stoics treated speech with discipline, knowing that careless words can lead to unnecessary conflict and suffering. They spoke with purpose, with clarity, and with restraint. Epictetus warned, "Nature has given us 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we may listen twice as much as we speak." Many people speak out of impulse, reacting without thinking, defending themselves without understanding, filling silence out of discomfort. The wise, however, understand that silence is often more powerful than speech. How to master your speech. Speak less, listen more. Wisdom comes not from talking, but from understanding. Choose words with intention. Do not speak just to fill space. Say only what is necessary. Pause before reacting. Before responding in anger, frustration, or fear, take a moment to think. Let your actions speak louder. The Stoics believed that character is revealed in deeds, not words. Each night reflect. Did I speak with wisdom today, or with impulse? Did I listen more than I spoke? How can I improve my use of words tomorrow? By mastering speech, we gain control over ourselves and build stronger relationships with others. The art of letting go, releasing attachment for true peace. Much of human suffering comes from attachment to people, possessions, expectations, and control. When things do not go as we wish, we resist, we fight, we struggle. But the Stoics understood that peace comes not from holding on, but from letting go. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "Accept whatever comes to you, woven in the pattern of your destiny, for what could more aptly fit your needs?" To let go does not mean to be indifferent. It means to accept life as it unfolds, without clinging to what must change. When we release attachment, we free ourselves from unnecessary pain. How to practice letting go. Detach from outcomes. Do your best, but accept that results are not in your control. Accept change. Everything in life is temporary. Resisting change only leads to suffering. Release the past. You cannot rewrite history, you can only learn from it. Live lightly. The less you cling to, the freer you become. Each night reflect. What unnecessary attachments caused me stress today? Where did I resist change instead of embracing it? How can I release my grip on what I cannot control? True peace is found not in holding on, but in surrendering with grace. The strength of simplicity, finding freedom in less. In a world that constantly demands more success, more possessions, more recognition, the Stoics understood that true freedom lies in simplicity. The more we accumulate, the more we must maintain. The more we chase, the more we are enslaved by our desires. But when we simplify, we regain control over our lives. Seneca wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." Simplicity does not mean deprivation. It means removing excess distractions so that we can focus on what truly matters. It means freeing ourselves from the illusion that happiness lies in accumulation rather than in contentment. How to embrace simplicity. Reduce unnecessary possessions. Ask yourself, do I truly need this, or is it just adding to my burden? Simplify commitments. Learn to say no to things that drain your time and energy. Detach from material status. Do not measure your worth by what you own. Seek depth, not quantity. Focus on fewer but more meaningful relationships, experiences, and pursuits. Each night reflect, did I complicate my life unnecessarily today? What did I chase that I did not truly need? How can I embrace simplicity tomorrow? By simplifying our lives, we make room for clarity, peace, and true fulfillment. The art of endurance, thriving in the face of hardship. Life is full of difficulties, but Stoics did not seek to avoid hardship. They embraced it as a natural part of existence, using it as a tool for growth. Strength is not built in comfort, but in adversity. The more we endure, the stronger we become. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Instead of resenting hardship, we can reframe it as an opportunity to strengthen our character. Obstacles are not barriers, they are stepping stones. How to develop endurance. Reframe suffering. See challenges as opportunities, not punishments. Train discomfort. Expose yourself to controlled hardship, cold showers, fasting, exercise, to build resilience. Embrace failure. View mistakes as lessons rather than defeats. Trust the long-term process. Growth is slow, but persistence always leads forward. Each night, reflect. What challenge did I face today, and how did I handle it? Did I react with frustration, or did I use it as a chance to grow? How can I strengthen my endurance for the future? Through endurance, we transform suffering into strength. The freedom of self-sufficiency, relying on yourself for peace. Many people depend on external circumstances for their happiness. They seek approval from others, base their worth on recognition, and fear being alone. But the Stoics knew that true freedom comes from self-sufficiency. A person who needs nothing outside themselves is unshakable. Epictetus taught, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Relying on others for happiness makes us vulnerable. If our peace depends on things we cannot control, we will always be at the mercy of the world. But when we cultivate inner stability, no one can take it from us. How to develop self-sufficiency? Detach from external validation. Do what is right, not what earns approval. Find strength in solitude. Learn to enjoy your own company. Develop inner fulfillment. Seek meaning in growth, not in external rewards. Be your own source of motivation. Do not wait for others to push you. Drive yourself. Each night, reflect. Did I rely on external factors for my happiness today? Did I let the opinions of others control my emotions? How can I become more self-sufficient tomorrow? When we learn to rely on ourselves, we become untouchable by the chaos of the world. The wisdom of mortality, finding meaning in the inevitable. Most people fear death, but the Stoics saw it as a fundamental truth that gives life meaning. To live well, we must accept that our time is limited. Rather than avoiding thoughts of mortality, they encouraged reflection on it, as a way to appreciate life more deeply. Seneca reminded, "You act like mortals in all that you fear, and like immortals in all that you desire." We often live as if we have endless time, postponing happiness, waiting for the right moment. But tomorrow is never guaranteed. By embracing the reality of death, we learn to live with more urgency, gratitude, and purpose. How to reflect on mortality? Memento mori. Remind yourself daily that life is temporary. Prioritize what matters. Do not waste time on things that bring no real fulfillment. Resolve conflicts. Do not leave important words unsaid. Live each day fully. If today were your last, would you be content with how you lived? Each night, reflect. Did I waste time today on things that do not matter? Did I fully appreciate the people and moments in my life? How can I live more meaningfully tomorrow? By accepting mortality, we learn to truly live. The strength of willpower, mastering the mind's desires. One of the greatest battles we face is not with the world, but within ourselves. The Stoics understood that self-mastery is the highest form of power. To control one's desires, impulses, and emotions is to be truly free. Willpower is not just about resisting temptation, it is about directing one's energy toward what truly matters. Epictetus warned, "No man is free who is not master of himself." A person without discipline is controlled by fleeting urges, external influences, and momentary pleasures. But a disciplined mind is steady, focused, and resilient. Strengthening the will allows us to navigate life with clarity and purpose. How to develop willpower? Delay gratification. Practice postponing pleasure to build patience and control. Commit to a higher standard. Define your values and hold yourself accountable. Train discipline daily. Small acts of self-control strengthen the will over time. Separate impulse from action. Observe desires without immediately acting on them. Each night, reflect. Where did I let impulse dictate my choices today? Did I exercise control over my emotions and reactions? How can I strengthen my willpower tomorrow? Mastering the mind is the key to mastering life. The Stoic approach to relationships, loving without attachment. The Stoics believed that love and friendship were essential parts of life, but they also warned against unhealthy attachment. When we become overly dependent on others for our happiness, we set ourselves up for suffering. True love, whether in friendships or romantic relationships, must be grounded in acceptance rather than possession. Seneca wrote, "The wise man is self-sufficient, but he chooses to have friends, not for the purpose of having someone to lean on, but that he may be able to lean upon someone when the need arises." Healthy relationships are not about control, expectation, or neediness. They are about mutual growth, respect, and the ability to appreciate others without clinging to them. How to practice Stoic relationships. Love without ownership. People are not possessions. Cherish them while allowing them to be free. Give without expecting. True generosity comes from a place of abundance, not demand. Accept change. Some relationships last, others fade. Both are natural. Prioritize virtue in companionship. Surround yourself with those who uplift your character. Each night, reflect. Did I approach my relationships with wisdom and balance today? Was I loving without trying to control? How can I be a better friend, partner, or family member tomorrow? By loving wisely, we cultivate relationships that bring peace rather than suffering. The virtue of humility, letting go of ego. The ego is a fragile thing. It craves recognition, fears criticism, and resists correction. But the Stoics knew that true wisdom comes from humility. The ability to admit faults, learn from others, and remain grounded is what separates the wise from the ignorant. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "Do not waste what remains of your life in speculating about others, unless it is with a view to some mutual benefit. Why deprive yourself of the time needed to attend to your own duties?" Pride blinds us. When we are too concerned with being right, with proving our worth, or with seeking approval, we lose sight of what truly matters. Humility allows us to grow, to listen, and to focus on self-improvement rather than self-image. How to cultivate humility. Admit when you are wrong. Strength is found in acknowledging mistakes. Learn from everyone. Wisdom can come from any source, even unexpected ones. Detach from praise and criticism. Neither defines your worth. Focus on your own path. Do not compare your journey to others. Each night, reflect. Did my ego interfere with my actions today? Did I resist learning out of pride? How can I practice greater humility tomorrow? By letting go of ego, we open ourselves to wisdom. The courage to face fear, strength in adversity. Fear is a natural response to the unknown, but it should not control us. The Stoics believed that courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act despite it. To live fully, we must confront our fears, understanding that most of them are illusions created by the mind. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Many of our fears never come to pass, yet they consume our thoughts." The Stoic way is to question fear, to expose it, and to act with bravery even in uncertainty. How to practice courage. Separate real danger from imagined fear. Most worries are exaggerated. Take small steps toward what scares you. Facing fear in small ways builds confidence. Accept that discomfort is part of growth. The best things in life require stepping into the unknown. Focus on what you control. You may not control outcomes, but you control your actions. Each night, reflect. Did I let fear dictate my actions today? Where did I show courage and where did I hold back? How can I strengthen my bravery tomorrow? By embracing fear, we transform it into strength. The power of stillness, finding peace in a chaotic world. In a world of noise, distraction, and constant movement, stillness is a rare and valuable skill. The Stoics understood that true power comes not from reacting to every stimulus, but from cultivating inner calm. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Stillness does not mean inaction. It means being centered, unshaken by external circumstances, and able to think clearly in the face of chaos. How to practice stillness. Create moments of silence. Step away from distractions regularly. Observe instead of reacting. Do not let emotions dictate responses. Train the mind in calm. Meditation, deep breathing, or quiet reflection can help. Embrace slowness. Rushing through life leads to more stress and less clarity. Each night, reflect. Did I allow chaos to control my mind today? Did I take moments to be still and present? How can I cultivate greater calm tomorrow? Stillness is the foundation of wisdom. In quiet, we find strength. The art of letting go, embracing impermanence. Life is in a constant state of flux. People change, circumstances shift, and nothing remains the same forever. The Stoics deeply understood this reality and taught that suffering often arises from our resistance to change. The more we cling to what was or fear what will be, the more we struggle against the natural flow of life. Epictetus advised, "Never say of anything, 'I have lost it,' but 'I have returned it.' Your child has died. It has been returned. Your wife has died. She has been returned. Your land was taken. So too was it returned." Rather than viewing loss as something taken from us, we should see it as a natural part of life's rhythm. Everything we possess is temporary, including our own existence. When we learn to let go, we free ourselves from unnecessary pain. How to embrace impermanence. Detach from outcomes. Do your best, but accept that results are not always in your control. Appreciate the present moment. What you have today may not be here tomorrow. Cherish it. Reframe loss. Instead of grieving over what is gone, be grateful it was ever there. Trust the cycle of life. Every ending leads to a new beginning. Each night reflect, what am I resisting letting go of? Am I holding on to the past instead of embracing the present? How can I better accept life's natural changes? By practicing detachment, we cultivate peace amidst life's uncertainties. The Stoic way of handling criticism, strength over sensitivity. Criticism is inevitable. No matter what we do, there will always be those who disapprove, judge, or misunderstand us. The Stoics, however, saw criticism as an opportunity, either to correct our mistakes or to practice indifference toward opinions that do not matter. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "If anyone can refute me, show me I'm making a mistake or looking at things from the wrong perspective, I'll gladly change. It's the truth I'm after, and the truth never harmed anyone." Instead of fearing criticism, we should welcome it with curiosity. If it is valid, we learn from it. If it is baseless, we ignore it. How to handle criticism. Stoically, detach your ego. Criticism is about the action, not your worth as a person. Ask, is this true? If there's truth in the criticism, use it to improve. Ignore meaningless negativity. Some people criticize to hurt rather than to help. Let their words pass like the wind. Stay calm. Reacting emotionally gives critics power over you. Each night reflect. Did I react to criticism today with wisdom or with ego? Was there truth in what was said, and can I improve from it? How can I be more indifferent to the judgments of others? By mastering our response to criticism, we build unshakable confidence and self-awareness. The freedom of simplicity, finding joy in less. The modern world tells us that happiness comes from more money, more success, more possessions. But the Stoics knew that true joy comes not from accumulation, but from simplicity. The less we depend on external things for happiness, the freer we become. Seneca wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." Luxury can be enjoyed, but it should never control us. A simple life, focused on virtue rather than material gain, is one of contentment and inner wealth. How to practice simplicity. Redefine wealth. True riches are health, wisdom, and inner peace. Limit desires. Ask yourself if you truly need something or if you are being influenced by excess. Appreciate what you have. Contentment is found in gratitude, not consumption. Focus on experiences over possessions. A moment of connection is more valuable than an object. Each night reflect. Did I chase unnecessary things today? Did I appreciate the simple joys around me? How can I simplify my life to find more peace? By embracing simplicity, we unlock a life of greater freedom and fulfillment. The power of inner strength, thriving in hardship. Adversity is unavoidable. We will all face pain, loss, and challenges that test our limits. But the Stoics saw hardship as the ultimate teacher, a forge through which character is strengthened. True resilience is not about avoiding struggle, but about facing it head-on. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength." Strength is not just physical, it is mental fortitude, the ability to endure suffering without losing oneself to it. The most powerful people are not those without difficulties, but those who remain unbroken by them. How to develop inner strength. Accept that suffering is part of life. Fighting against hardship only deepens the pain. Reframe obstacles. Every challenge is an opportunity to grow. Find meaning in struggle. Hardships teach us lessons that ease never could. Practice voluntary discomfort. Expose yourself to controlled challenges to build resilience. Each night reflect, did I handle today's struggles with courage? Did I let hardships defeat me, or did I rise above them? How can I train myself to be stronger in adversity? By cultivating resilience, we turn life's trials into opportunities for greatness. The importance of self-knowledge, understanding who you are. To live wisely, one must first know oneself. The Stoics emphasized self-reflection as a key part of personal growth. Without understanding our own thoughts, emotions, and motivations, we risk being controlled by unconscious desires. Socrates famously said, "Know thyself." Self-knowledge is the foundation of wisdom. It allows us to recognize our strengths, work on our weaknesses, and align our actions with our values. How to deepen self-awareness. Observe your reactions. Emotional responses reveal hidden beliefs. Write down your thoughts. Keeping a journal clarifies the mind. Seek feedback from others. We often have blind spots about ourselves. Spend time alone. Solitude allows for deeper introspection. Each night, reflect. Did I act in alignment with my true self today? What did my emotions reveal about me? How can I better understand myself tomorrow? By knowing ourselves, we gain the power to shape our own destiny. The practice of daily renewal, waking with purpose. Each new day is a blank slate, an opportunity to live with intention and clarity. The Stoics believed in starting the day with mindfulness, setting the right mindset to face challenges with strength and wisdom. How we begin the morning sets the tone for everything that follows. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself each morning, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." Instead of rushing into the day mindlessly, the Stoics suggest beginning with reflection. What kind of person do you wish to be today? How will you approach difficulties? What virtues will guide your actions? How to practice daily renewal. Set an intention. Begin the day with a clear purpose. Visualize obstacles. Prepare yourself mentally for challenges so they do not surprise you. Practice gratitude. Acknowledge the gift of another day. Commit to wisdom. Choose to act with reason, patience, and virtue. Each night reflect, did I begin my day with clarity and purpose? Did I let distractions take control, or did I stay focused? How can I refine my morning routine to cultivate a stronger mindset? By embracing each morning as a fresh start, we live more deliberately. The art of stillness, finding peace in a chaotic world. The world is noisy. Distractions pull us in every direction, and modern life often leaves us feeling restless. Yet the Stoics found peace not in external circumstances, but in the ability to cultivate stillness within. True tranquility is the ability to remain calm, even when surrounded by turmoil. Seneca advised, "Retire into yourself as much as you can. Associate only with those who may make you a better man. Welcome those whom you yourself can improve." The process is mutual, for men learn while they teach. Stillness is not about doing nothing. It is about creating space for reflection, wisdom, and understanding. In moments of stillness, we see things clearly, free from the chaos of emotions and distractions. How to practice stillness. Limit distractions. Reduce noise, both external and mental. Spend time in solitude. Moments of quiet strengthen the mind. Observe your thoughts. Let them pass without attachment. Detach from unnecessary worries. Most things are not worth our distress. Each night reflect. Did I create space for stillness today? Was I reactive, or did I respond with calmness? How can I cultivate more inner peace tomorrow? By mastering stillness, we navigate life with clarity and strength. The power of perspective, seeing the bigger picture. When we are caught up in daily problems, it is easy to lose sight of the bigger picture. The Stoics remind us that our worries, no matter how consuming they feel, are often insignificant in the grand scheme of life. Shifting our perspective allows us to face challenges with a clearer mind. Marcus Aurelius encouraged himself, "You have lived as a citizen in this great city. What does it matter to you whether for 5 or 50 years? For what is according to its laws is equal for everyone." We often magnify our problems, making them seem larger than they are. By taking a step back, we realize that most things are temporary, and that worrying does not change the outcome. How to shift perspective. Zoom out. Imagine yourself as a small part of a vast universe. Ask, will this matter in a year? Most worries lose their power over time. Seek wisdom from history. Many before us have faced similar struggles and overcome them. Find humor in life. Not everything needs to be taken seriously. Each night reflect. Did I react to problems with wisdom or with stress? Did I remind myself of the bigger picture? How can I see things more clearly tomorrow? By adjusting our perspective, we free ourselves from unnecessary suffering. The strength of forgiveness, letting go of resentment. Holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to suffer. The Stoics believed that forgiveness is not about excusing others, but about freeing ourselves from the burden of resentment. Epictetus taught, if someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. When we hold on to grudges, we allow others to control our emotions. True strength lies in releasing anger and choosing peace. Forgiveness does not mean allowing injustice, it means refusing to let negativity dominate our thoughts. How to practice forgiveness. See others as flawed humans. Just as we make mistakes, so do they. Detach from ego. Resentment is often tied to pride. Let go of the past. It cannot be changed, only our response to it can. Choose peace over bitterness. Anger harms the one who holds it. Each night, reflect. Did I let go of resentment today? Did I allow my emotions to be controlled by others? How can I cultivate more forgiveness in my life? By embracing forgiveness, we create space for greater peace and wisdom. The wisdom of accepting death, living fully in the present. Death is often feared, yet the Stoics saw it as a natural part of life. Instead of avoiding thoughts of mortality, they embraced them as a guide for living well. When we accept that our time is limited, we stop wasting it on trivial worries. Seneca wrote, "Let us prepare our minds as if we'd come to the very end of life. Let us postpone nothing. Let us balance life's books each day." Memento mori, remember you must die, was a core Stoic teaching. Far from being morbid, it was a call to wake up and truly live. Knowing that life is finite makes every moment more precious. How to embrace mortality. Live with urgency. Do not wait to pursue what truly matters. Let go of petty concerns. In the face of death, small problems are meaningless. Leave a legacy of virtue. Focus on what you will be remembered for. Find peace in nature's cycle. Death is part of existence, not an end. Each night reflect, did I live fully today? Did I waste time on things that do not matter? Am I prepared for the inevitable without fear? By accepting death, we find greater appreciation for life. The art of endurance, strength in adversity. Life is unpredictable. Challenges arise, setbacks occur, and hardship is inevitable. Yet the Stoics believed that true strength lies not in avoiding suffering, but in enduring it with dignity and resilience. Difficulties are not meant to break us, they are meant to refine us. Seneca wrote, "Difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body." When we resist hardship, we create unnecessary suffering. But when we embrace it as an opportunity to grow, we become unshakable. Strength is not about avoiding pain, but about choosing how to respond to it. How to cultivate endurance. Welcome hardship as a teacher. Each struggle contains a lesson. Train yourself in discomfort. Build mental and physical toughness. Detach from external outcomes. Your response is what truly matters. Trust in your ability to endure. You are stronger than you think. Each night, reflect. Did I face difficulties with patience and wisdom? Did I resist suffering, or did I embrace it as growth? How can I strengthen my endurance for tomorrow? By learning to endure with grace, we become indestructible. The virtue of simplicity, finding freedom in less. Modern life is filled with distractions, material possessions, status, and endless desires. The Stoics saw excess as a trap, a source of endless dissatisfaction. True happiness is found in simplicity, in needing less rather than constantly wanting more. Epictetus advised, wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. The pursuit of more leads to restlessness. The more we acquire, the more we fear losing it. By embracing simplicity, we free ourselves from attachment and find contentment in the essentials. How to practice simplicity? Declutter your mind and life. Remove what does not serve you. Detach from unnecessary desires. Want less, appreciate more. Live by what is essential. Focus on what truly matters. Find joy in simplicity. A quiet moment, a deep conversation, a simple meal. Each night, reflect. Did I seek happiness in excess or in simplicity? Did I waste energy on unimportant things? How can I cultivate a more minimalistic mindset? By simplifying our lives, we create space for true peace. The discipline of speech, mastering our words. Words have power. They can heal or harm, inspire or destroy. The Stoics believed that true wisdom is reflected in how we speak. Whether we choose words carefully or let emotions dictate our speech, a disciplined tongue leads to stronger relationships, better decision-making, and a clearer mind. Marcus Aurelius cautioned, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. How often do we speak without thinking? Do we react impulsively, say things we regret, or engage in gossip? The Stoics remind us to pause, reflect, and choose our words wisely. How to discipline speech? Speak less, listen more. Silence often holds more wisdom than words. Avoid gossip and negativity, it benefits no one. Think before speaking. Is it true? Is it necessary? Is it kind? Use words to uplift, not harm. Strength is found in restraint. Each night, reflect. Did I control my speech today, or did I react impulsively? Did my words contribute to wisdom or create conflict? How can I refine my speech for greater clarity and kindness? By mastering our words, we cultivate greater wisdom and harmony. The courage to be honest, living with integrity. Honesty is a foundation of strength. It is easy to deceive, to exaggerate, or to hide from the truth. But the Stoics believed that integrity, living in alignment with one's values, is the path to inner peace. A dishonest life is a fragmented life, but a truthful life is one of unity and confidence. Seneca declared, "A good character, when established, is not easily overthrown. Lies create chains, trapping us in deception. Truth sets us free. Even when honesty is difficult, it builds trust, clarity, and resilience." How to cultivate honesty? Speak the truth, even when it is hard. Integrity requires courage. Be honest with yourself. Self-deception is the greatest trap. Live in alignment with your values. Do not betray yourself. Face mistakes openly. Growth comes from acknowledgement. Each night, reflect. Did I live with honesty and integrity today? Did I avoid uncomfortable truths or face them directly? How can I strengthen my commitment to truth tomorrow? By embracing honesty, we gain the ultimate freedom, peace of mind. The joy of self-sufficiency, relying on inner strength. Dependence on external things, people, circumstances, possessions, creates vulnerability. The Stoics taught that true happiness comes from within, from a mind that is free and self-sufficient. When we learn to rely on ourselves, we are unshaken by life's uncertainties. Epictetus wrote, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Seeking fulfillment in external sources leads to disappointment, but cultivating an inner fortress of wisdom, discipline, and contentment allows us to remain steady, no matter what happens around us. How to develop self-sufficiency? Trust in your inner strength. Everything you need is within you. Detach from external validation. Approval is fleeting. Self-respect is lasting. Develop inner peace. Do not let outside events disturb your mind. Cultivate skills and wisdom. Self-reliance grows through learning. Each night, reflect. Did I depend on external things for happiness today? Did I remain steady in the face of change? How can I strengthen my self-sufficiency tomorrow? By becoming self-sufficient, we gain unshakable freedom. The final reflection, embracing life with Stoic wisdom. A life lived with Stoic wisdom is one of clarity, peace, and strength. Each day is an opportunity to practice resilience, to cultivate virtue, and to refine our character. We cannot control the world, but we can control ourselves. And in mastering our minds, we find true freedom. Marcus Aurelius left us with this reminder: waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one. Tonight, as you close your eyes, ask yourself, did I live with wisdom and intention today? Did I respond to life's challenges with strength? Am I living in alignment with my highest self? The answers do not need to be perfect. What matters is the effort, the daily commitment to becoming better, to embracing each day as a step toward wisdom. With each sunrise, we begin again. With each night, we reflect, learn, and prepare to rise once more. The power of letting go, embracing impermanence. One of the greatest sources of human suffering is attachment. We cling to possessions, relationships, status, and even our identities, fearing their loss. But the Stoics remind us that everything in life is transient. Nothing is truly ours to keep. The sooner we accept this, the sooner we find peace. Seneca wrote, "What fortune has made yours is not your own." The desire to hold on to things creates tension. The more we fear losing something, the more power it has over us. But by embracing impermanence, we develop a mind that flows freely, unburdened by grasping or resistance. How to practice letting go? Accept that all things are temporary, appreciate them while they last, detach from material possessions, own things, but do not let them own you. Release the need for control. Most things are beyond your influence. Allow people and events to change. Clinging to the past only creates suffering. Each night, reflect. Did I hold on to things too tightly today? Did I accept life's changes with grace? How can I cultivate more detachment tomorrow? By letting go, we open ourselves to greater peace and freedom. The art of silence, finding strength in stillness. In a world full of noise, silence is a rare and valuable practice. The Stoics understood that true wisdom often comes not from speaking, but from listening to others, to nature, and most importantly, to ourselves. Zeno of Citium, the founder of Stoicism, famously stated, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we should listen more than we speak." Silence is not emptiness, it is a space for clarity, insight, and self-awareness. Those who master silence gain control over their emotions, thoughts, and actions. They avoid unnecessary conflict, and their words carry greater weight when they do speak. How to cultivate silence? Practice mindful pauses. Before responding, take a moment to reflect. Avoid unnecessary chatter. Speak only when your words add value. Observe without judgment. Learn from the world around you. Embrace moments of solitude. Stillness strengthens the mind. Each night, reflect. Did I speak wisely today, or did I talk needlessly? Did I listen more than I spoke? How can I develop more mindful silence tomorrow? By valuing silence, we sharpen our minds and deepen our understanding of life. The balance of emotion, mastering inner peace. Emotions are a natural part of being human, but the Stoics believed that we should not be ruled by them. Fear, anger, jealousy, and despair cloud our judgment, leading us to act irrationally. Instead of suppressing emotions, Stoicism teaches us to acknowledge them, understand them, and respond with reason. Epictetus warned, "When we are frustrated, angry, or unhappy, never hold someone else responsible. The cause of disturbance lies within you." Emotional discipline is not about becoming cold or indifferent. It is about choosing how we respond to our feelings. By mastering our emotions, we remain calm in chaos, rational in conflict, and strong in adversity. How to balance emotions? Pause before reacting. Give yourself space to respond with wisdom. Recognize emotional triggers. Understand what influences your mood. Reframe negative thoughts. See obstacles as opportunities for growth. Practice self-compassion. Acknowledge emotions without shame. Each night, reflect. Did I let emotions dictate my actions today? Did I face challenges with calmness and reason? How can I improve my emotional discipline tomorrow? By mastering emotions, we cultivate true inner peace. The courage to stand alone. Strength in independence. In life, there will be times when we must stand alone, when our choices, beliefs, or values differ from those around us. Many fear isolation, but the Stoics saw independence as a strength. True wisdom often requires walking a path that others do not understand. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "The opinion of 10,000 men is of no value if none of them know the truth." Seeking constant validation weakens us. Instead of worrying about others' approval, we should trust in our principles. A Stoic does not follow the crowd, but walks the path of virtue, regardless of how lonely it may seem. How to develop inner independence. Think for yourself. Do not be swayed by popular opinion. Live by your values. Act according to wisdom, not social pressure. Find strength in solitude. Being alone does not mean being lonely. Trust in your own judgment. Confidence comes from within. Each night, reflect. Did I compromise my values for acceptance today? Did I stand firm in my beliefs? How can I develop more independence tomorrow? By embracing independence, we build unshakable strength. The gift of mortality, living with purpose. Many fear death, yet the Stoics saw it as life's greatest teacher. Knowing that our time is limited should not bring despair. It should inspire urgency, clarity, and gratitude. Each day is an opportunity, and wasting time is the greatest loss of all. Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." Instead of fearing death, the Stoic embraces it as a reminder to live fully. Every moment is precious, and every action should align with our highest values. How to embrace mortality. Live as if today were your last. Do not postpone what matters. Focus on what you can control. Death is inevitable, but how you live is up to you. Let go of trivial concerns. In the face of eternity, most worries are insignificant. Be present. Fully experience the time you have. Each night, reflect. Did I live with purpose today? Did I waste time on meaningless distractions? If today were my last, would I be satisfied with how I lived? By embracing mortality, we unlock the freedom to truly live. The discipline of will, strengthening the mind against adversity. Life is unpredictable and hardship is inevitable. The Stoics understood that true resilience does not come from external circumstances, but from the discipline of the mind. A person with a strong will remains unshaken by misfortune, just as a deeply rooted tree does not fall in the storm. Epictetus advised, "Man is affected not by events, but by the view he takes of them." Difficulties are not obstacles, but training grounds. Every challenge is an opportunity to strengthen our will, to develop endurance, patience, and courage. Instead of resisting hardship, we should welcome it as a teacher. How to develop mental discipline. Reframe struggles as lessons. See adversity as preparation for greater things. Remain calm in crisis. Train yourself to think clearly under pressure. Detach from external outcomes. Focus on effort, not results. Embrace voluntary discomfort. Occasionally practice hardship to build strength. Each night, reflect. Did I face challenges with composure today? Did I allow external events to control my emotions? How can I strengthen my will for tomorrow? By mastering the discipline of will, we become unbreakable. The art of enough, finding satisfaction in simplicity. Modern life is filled with excess, more possessions, more achievements, more distractions. But the Stoics knew that true happiness comes not from having more, but from needing less. A person who finds contentment in simplicity is richer than one who constantly seeks more. Seneca wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, who is poor." Greed, ambition, and endless striving create restlessness. But when we learn to appreciate what we already have, we free ourselves from the endless pursuit of more. True wealth is not in accumulation, but in the ability to be satisfied with little. How to embrace simplicity. Question desires. Ask yourself if you truly need what you seek. Practice gratitude. Recognize the abundance already in your life. Limit excess. Avoid overindulgence in food, possessions, and pleasures. Find joy in the present. Enjoy life as it is, without waiting for something more. Each night, reflect. Did I seek fulfillment in external things today? Did I appreciate the simple joys of life? How can I cultivate more contentment tomorrow? By embracing simplicity, we find lasting peace. The strength of integrity, living with unshakable principles. Many people adjust their morals based on convenience, but the Stoics believed that integrity should never be compromised. A person of true character stands by their principles, even when it is difficult or unpopular. Marcus Aurelius declared, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Living with integrity means choosing virtue over ease, truth over deception, and honor over selfish gain. It means being the same person in private as in public. A life of integrity is a life without regret. How to cultivate integrity? Be honest, even when it is difficult. Do not compromise truth for convenience. Follow moral principles, not social trends. Do what is right, not what is popular. Act with fairness and justice. Treat others with respect and honor. Be accountable for your actions. Take responsibility for your choices. Each night, reflect. Did I act in accordance with my values today? Did I compromise integrity for comfort or approval? How can I strengthen my character tomorrow? By living with integrity, we build a life of honor and self-respect. The gift of solitude, finding wisdom in being alone. In a world filled with distractions and social noise, solitude is often feared. But the Stoics saw solitude as a gift, a time to reflect, grow, and connect with one's inner self. Being alone is not loneliness, it is an opportunity to cultivate wisdom. Seneca observed, "A great mind is never less alone than when it is alone." Those who seek constant validation from others lose themselves. But those who embrace solitude develop a strong sense of self, free from external influence. Time spent alone is time spent mastering one's thoughts. How to embrace solitude? Spend time in quiet reflection. Use solitude for self-exploration. Learn to enjoy your own company. Be comfortable being alone. Avoid seeking approval. Base your self-worth on internal values, not social acceptance. Use solitude for learning. Read, think, and grow in wisdom. Each night, reflect. Did I make time for solitude today? Did I rely too much on others for happiness? How can I develop greater independence tomorrow? By embracing solitude, we find clarity and inner strength. The courage to face the unknown, embracing uncertainty. Fear of the unknown is one of humanity's greatest anxieties. We seek security, predictability, and control, yet life offers none of these things. The Stoics understood that uncertainty is not to be feared, but accepted. It is the very nature of existence. Marcus Aurelius reflected, "Do not be troubled by the future, for it is not yet yours to worry about." Trying to predict or control the future only creates stress. Instead, we should focus on what is within our power, the present moment, our actions, our mindset. When we stop resisting uncertainty, we become truly free. How to embrace the unknown? Let go of the need for control. Accept that life is unpredictable. Live fully in the present. The future will come, whether we worry about it or not. Prepare wisely, but do not obsess. Do what you can, then release the rest. Trust in your own resilience. No matter what happens, you will adapt and overcome. Each night, reflect. Did I waste energy fearing the unknown today? Did I embrace uncertainty with calmness and trust? How can I strengthen my ability to face the unknown tomorrow? By accepting uncertainty, we find freedom and peace. The ultimate goal, a life well lived. In the end, all Stoic teachings lead to one thing: living a good life. Not a life of wealth or fame, but a life of virtue, wisdom, and inner peace. The Stoics did not seek to escape suffering, but to transform it into strength. They did not seek external success, but internal mastery. Seneca reminds us, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. A Stoic life is a life of discipline, courage, and purpose. It is a life where each day is lived with awareness, where every moment is a step toward wisdom. Each night reflect. Did I live today in accordance with Stoic principles? Did I grow wiser, stronger, and more virtuous? How can I make tomorrow even better? By dedicating ourselves to this path, we ensure that when our final day comes, we will meet it without fear, knowing we have lived well. The power of detachment, mastering emotional freedom. One of the greatest sources of suffering in life comes from attachment. Attachment to people, possessions, status, or even ideas. The Stoics understood that true peace comes from detachment, not in the sense of cold indifference, but in the ability to maintain inner tranquility, regardless of external circumstances. Epictetus stated, "If you want anything good, get it from yourself." This means that our well-being should not be dependent on things outside our control. People come and go, possessions can be lost, and circumstances change. If our happiness is tied to these things, we are constantly at the mercy of fate. How to cultivate detachment? Recognize impermanence. Nothing lasts forever, and that is natural. Avoid excessive emotional investment in externals. Love people, but do not depend on them for happiness. Detach from outcomes. Focus on your effort, not the result. Practice voluntary simplicity. Occasionally let go of comforts to strengthen your resilience. Each night reflect. Did I allow external events to dictate my emotions today? Did I practice inner freedom from attachment? How can I cultivate greater detachment tomorrow? By mastering detachment, we become unshaken by the winds of fate. The strength of patience, enduring life's trials with grace. In an era of instant gratification, patience has become a rare virtue. But the Stoics knew that true strength lies in the ability to endure hardship without frustration. Life does not follow our timelines, and wisdom is found in accepting this with grace. Seneca wrote, "Time discovers truth." Rushing through life in pursuit of immediate results leads to stress and disappointment. Whether it is career progress, personal growth, or relationships, patience allows us to experience life as it unfolds, without unnecessary suffering. How to develop patience? See obstacles as part of the journey. Struggles are not detours, but necessary steps. Practice delayed gratification. Resist the urge for immediate pleasure. Remain calm in waiting. Whether in traffic or life's bigger challenges, frustration is wasted energy. Trust the process. Growth takes time. Forcing it only weakens the result. Each night reflect. Did I react with frustration today, or did I remain patient? Did I embrace life's natural timing? How can I cultivate deeper patience tomorrow? By practicing patience, we move through life with greater ease and strength. The art of letting go, releasing what no longer serves you. One of the greatest skills in life is knowing when to hold on and when to let go. The Stoics understood that clinging to the past, to grudges, or to things beyond our control only leads to suffering. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be one." Instead of dwelling on past mistakes or losses, we should focus on the present moment and what we can do now. Letting go is not about giving up. It is about freeing ourselves from unnecessary burdens. How to practice letting go? Forgive quickly. Holding on to resentment only harms yourself. Release regret. Learn from the past, but do not live in it. Detach from unhealthy relationships. Not everyone is meant to stay in your life. Move forward with purpose. Focus on what you can control today. Each night reflect. Did I hold on to unnecessary burdens today? Did I free myself from past regrets? How can I let go of what no longer serves me tomorrow? By letting go, we create space for growth and peace. The beauty of imperfection, embracing life as it is. Perfection is an illusion. The Stoics understood that seeking perfection in ourselves, others, or life itself only leads to disappointment. Instead, we should embrace imperfection as a natural and even beautiful part of existence. Epictetus stated, "Seek not that things happen as you wish, but wish them to happen as they do, and you will go on well. Life is messy. People make mistakes. Situations do not unfold as planned. Accepting this, rather than resisting it, allows us to live with greater peace and flexibility. How to embrace imperfection. Stop expecting perfection from yourself. Growth comes from mistakes. Accept others as they are. No one is flawless, and that is okay. Find beauty in the unexpected. Life's imperfections often lead to the best moments. Let go of rigid expectations. The more flexible you are, the happier you will be. Each night, reflect. Did I embrace imperfection today or resist it? Did I allow myself and others to be human? How can I cultivate more acceptance tomorrow? By accepting imperfection, we free ourselves from unrealistic pressure. The wisdom of silence, finding strength in restraint. Not all thoughts need to be spoken. The Stoics valued silence as a form of wisdom, understanding that words, once spoken, cannot be taken back. A well-timed pause can prevent conflict, show strength, and allow for deeper thought. Seneca advised, "Speech is the mirror of the mind." Before speaking, ask, "Is this necessary? Is this true? Is this kind?" How to cultivate wisdom through silence. Think before speaking. Do not let emotions dictate words. Listen more than you talk. True wisdom comes from understanding others. Do not waste words on trivial matters. Silence is often more powerful than speech. Use silence for reflection. A quiet mind is a wise mind. Each night reflect. Did I use my words wisely today? Did I listen more than I spoke? How can I practice mindful speech tomorrow? By valuing silence, we cultivate deeper wisdom and self-control. The final reflection, living each day as your last. The greatest Stoic teaching is to live fully, knowing that life is uncertain. Death is not to be feared, but to be used as a reminder to make the most of each moment. A person who has lived with virtue, wisdom, and courage has nothing to regret when the final day comes. Marcus Aurelius reflected, "It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live." Live with awareness, love deeply, act with integrity. Make today meaningful, for tomorrow is never promised. Each night ask yourself, if this were my last day, would I be proud of how I lived? Did I act with kindness, wisdom, and courage? How can I ensure that tomorrow is lived with even greater purpose? The power of daily rituals, structuring your life with purpose. Rituals shape our days and in turn shape our lives. The Stoics understood that small, intentional habits create stability, discipline, and a sense of purpose. A day without structure is a day left to chance, but a well-designed daily practice builds a strong and focused mind. Seneca wrote, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself." A strong routine prepares us to face life's uncertainties with resilience. Each morning and evening should serve as bookends to a well-lived day. How to cultivate powerful daily rituals. Begin the day with intention. Set a clear focus for what truly matters. Use reflection as a tool for growth. Evening meditation helps track progress and improve. Keep routines simple but meaningful. Avoid overcomplication. Effectiveness lies in consistency. Embrace discipline. Rituals strengthen willpower and cultivate inner order. Each night reflect, did I follow my rituals with purpose today? Did my actions align with my values? How can I refine my daily structure for a stronger tomorrow? By implementing meaningful rituals, life gains clarity and direction. The resilience of the Stoic mind, bouncing back from setbacks. No one moves through life without hardship. The Stoics saw obstacles not as roadblocks, but as opportunities for growth. Every challenge is a test, a chance to prove our strength, patience, and wisdom. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Instead of resenting difficulties, embrace them as lessons. A mind trained in resilience will not break under pressure, but will adapt, endure, and grow stronger. How to cultivate resilience? See setbacks as stepping stones. Every failure teaches something valuable. Do not personalize hardship. Life's challenges are not personal attacks, but natural parts of existence. Adapt and adjust. Flexibility is key to overcoming obstacles. Focus on effort, not results. Control your actions, not the outcome. Each night reflect. Did I meet today's challenges with strength? Did I resist the urge to complain or despair? How can I develop even greater resilience tomorrow? By embracing obstacles, we transform them into growth. The art of self-control, mastering the mind and emotions. A person who is ruled by emotions is a prisoner of circumstance. The Stoics saw self-control as the ultimate freedom. Freedom from fear, anger, and impulse. The ability to master oneself is greater than mastering the world. Epictetus stated, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Rather than suppressing emotions, the Stoics teach us to understand and redirect them. A moment of uncontrolled anger can lead to regret. A moment of disciplined response can lead to peace. How to develop self-control? Pause before reacting. A short breath before speaking can prevent long-term damage. Reframe negative emotions. See anger as a chance for patience, fear as an opportunity for courage. Limit unnecessary desires. The fewer things we need, the freer we are. Cultivate mental discipline. A controlled mind is an unstoppable force. Each night reflect, did I control my emotions today, or did they control me? Did I react impulsively or with wisdom? How can I strengthen my self-control tomorrow? By mastering the mind, we become unshakable in the face of life's storms. The courage to be unpopular, living by principles, not approval. Most people crave acceptance, but the Stoics remind us that truth and virtue matter more than popularity. Living with integrity often means standing alone. Seneca advised, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you. Welcome those whom you yourself can improve." Seeking approval from the wrong people weakens the soul. Do what is right, not what is easy. Have the courage to be misunderstood, criticized, or even disliked if it means staying true to yourself. How to embrace this mindset? Stop fearing judgment. What others think is beyond your control. Prioritize principles over popularity. Integrity lasts longer than trends. Surround yourself with strong-minded individuals. Weak company weakens character. Live with quiet confidence. Let actions, not words, define you. Each night reflect. Did I act with integrity today, even when it was difficult? Did I seek approval unnecessarily? How can I strengthen my independence tomorrow? By valuing truth over approval, we live with unshakable authenticity. The depth of gratitude, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary. A grateful mind sees abundance everywhere, while an ungrateful one sees only lack. The Stoics believed that gratitude is not just about thanking life's blessings, but about appreciating even its hardships. Epictetus taught, "Do not spoil what you have by desiring what you have not. Remember that what you now have was once among the things you only hoped for." Instead of focusing on what is missing, gratitude shifts perspective to what is present. The simplest joys, a warm bed, a quiet evening, a deep conversation, become treasures. How to cultivate deep gratitude? Notice small blessings, a sip of clean water, a kind word, a peaceful moment. Appreciate challenges. They shape character and strength. Express thanks daily. Even in difficult times, there is something to be grateful for. Shift from wanting to appreciating. Instead of, "I wish I had," say, "I am grateful I have." Each night reflect, did I acknowledge today's blessings? Did I appreciate the present, or did I chase what is missing? How can I deepen my gratitude tomorrow? By living in gratitude, life itself becomes a gift. The Stoics' final lesson, embracing mortality without fear. To truly live, one must accept death. The Stoics did not see death as an enemy, but as a natural part of life. A person who makes peace with mortality lives more fully, without hesitation or regret. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." Rather than fearing the end, use it as motivation. Love deeply, act boldly, and never postpone what truly matters. Live so that, when the final moment arrives, there is nothing left unsaid or undone. Each night, ask yourself, did I live today as if it were my last? Did I love, act, and speak with full presence? How can I ensure tomorrow is lived with no regrets? By embracing mortality, we learn the true value of life. The foundations of Stoic philosophy. The origins of Stoicism. Stoicism was founded around 300 BCE by Zeno of Citium, a merchant who suffered shipwreck near Athens and lost everything he owned. Finding himself in this foreign city with nothing, Zeno wandered into a bookshop and became captivated by the teachings of Socrates. This chance encounter changed the course of his life, transforming a personal disaster into the birth of a philosophical tradition that would endure for centuries. Zeno began teaching in a public colonnade known as the Stoa Poikile, or painted porch, which gave the school its name. Students who gathered to hear him became known as Stoics, literally those of the porch. From these humble beginnings arose a philosophy that would eventually guide Roman emperors and influence modern psychological approaches to emotional well-being. The early Stoics, Zeno, Cleanthes, and Chrysippus, developed a comprehensive philosophical system encompassing logic, physics, and ethics. While much of their original writings have been lost to time, their ideas were preserved and developed by later Roman Stoics. Seneca, a statesman and playwright, Epictetus, a former slave who became a teacher, and Marcus Aurelius, emperor of Rome, who wrote private reflections never intended for publication. What unites these diverse figures is a shared conviction that human flourishing comes not from wealth, status, or pleasure, but from living in accordance with virtue and reason. The Stoics believed that true happiness, what they called eudaimonia, lies in cultivating an inner fortress of tranquility that remains undisturbed by external circumstances. As you rest and breathe, consider how this ancient wisdom might apply to your own life. How might your perspective shift if you viewed challenging events as opportunities for growth rather than mere misfortunes? What would change if you focused more on developing your character than on accumulating possessions or achievements? Breathe deeply and allow these questions to resonate within you, without feeling pressured to formulate immediate answers. The night offers space for such contemplation. The core principles of Stoicism. At the heart of Stoic philosophy lie several foundational principles that offer guidance for navigating life's complexities. Let's explore these principles one by one, allowing their wisdom to settle into your consciousness as you prepare for sleep. First is the principle of focusing on what we can control. Epictetus, who endured slavery before becoming a respected philosopher, opens his Enchiridion with this essential teaching. Some things are within our control, while others are not. Within our control are opinion, motivation, desire, aversion, and, in a word, whatever is of our own doing. Not within our control are body, property, reputation, office, and, in a word, whatever is not of our own doing. This simple distinction forms the cornerstone of Stoic practice. By directing our attention and energy exclusively toward what lies within our control, primarily our judgments and actions, we free ourselves from unnecessary suffering. The Stoics recognize that much of human anxiety stems from attempting to control the uncontrollable, from fighting against reality rather than accepting and working within it. Second is the understanding that events themselves are neutral. It is our judgments about events that create our emotional responses. As Marcus Aurelius observed, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment. This insight reveals a profound truth about human experience. Between an event and our response lies a crucial space, the space of judgment or interpretation. By becoming aware of this space, we gain the freedom to choose our reactions, rather than being driven by automatic responses. The third principle concerns our relationship with nature and the cosmos. The Stoics believed in living in accordance with nature, which they understood as living rationally and virtuously in harmony with the larger order of the universe. They saw humans as part of an interconnected whole, as citizens not merely of particular cities or nations, but of the cosmos itself. As Marcus Aurelius writes, constantly regard the universe as one living being, having one substance and one soul, and observe how all things have reference to one perception, the perception of this one living being, and how all things act with one movement, and how all things are the cooperating causes of all things that exist. This cosmic perspective helps us transcend our narrow self-interest and recognize our place within the greater whole. From this vantage point, our personal concerns often appear less overwhelming, our private sufferings less unique and isolating. Fourth is the practice of virtue as the only true good. The Stoics held that virtue, consisting of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, is the sole component of a good life. External things like health, wealth, and reputation, while preferred, are ultimately indifferent with respect to happiness. True flourishing comes from developing an excellent character, not from favorable circumstances. As you rest and breathe, consider how these principles might apply to your own experience. Are there situations in your life where you're expending energy trying to control things beyond your influence? Are there interpretations or judgments that might be causing unnecessary suffering? How might your perspective shift if you viewed yourself as part of a larger cosmic whole? Allow these questions to float through your awareness without straining for answers. The wisdom of Stoicism is absorbed gradually through continuous reflection and practice. The Stoic view of emotions. The Stoics developed a sophisticated understanding of human emotions that continues to influence modern psychology. Far from advocating emotional suppression, as is sometimes mistakenly believed, they sought to transform destructive emotional patterns into more balanced and rational responses. According to the Stoics, emotions are not simply irrational forces that happen to us. Rather, they involve cognitive judgments about what is good or bad, beneficial or harmful. Seneca explains, "It is not the things themselves that disturb men, but their judgments about these things." The Stoics distinguished between destructive emotions, pathe, and constructive emotions, eupathei. Destructive emotions like excessive fear, anger, grief, or desire arise from false judgments about what truly matters. They lead us to react disproportionately to events, disturbing our inner tranquility and often causing harm to ourselves and others. Constructive emotions, by contrast, flow from accurate judgments aligned with virtue and reason. These include joy, from recognizing genuine good, caution as opposed to fear, and wishing as opposed to craving. Such emotions enhance rather than diminish our well-being. The Stoic approach to emotional regulation involves several key practices. First is the practice of identifying and questioning the judgments underlying our emotional reactions. When we feel disturbed, we can ask, what judgment am I making that is causing this distress? Is this judgment accurate and helpful? Second is the technique of premeditation of evils, praemeditatio malorum, in which we mentally rehearse potential challenges or losses. By contemplating difficulties in advance, we reduce their emotional impact if they actually occur. This isn't pessimism, but practical preparation. Third is the cultivation of emotional distance through the view from above, imagining our situation from a cosmic perspective. This practice helps us recognize the transience and relative insignificance of many of our concerns. As you prepare for sleep, consider your own emotional landscape. Are there recurring emotional patterns that create unnecessary suffering in your life? How might questioning the underlying judgments change your experience? What might shift if you viewed today's challenges from the perspective of a month, a year, or a decade from now? Breathe deeply and allow these reflections to gently expand your awareness without creating tension. The night offers a natural opportunity for such emotional spaciousness. The cardinal virtues. The Stoics, building on Plato's earlier work, recognized 4 cardinal virtues as the pillars of a good human life: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These virtues were not merely abstract ideals, but practical skills to be developed through daily living. Wisdom, phronesis, involves discerning what is truly important and making sound judgments about how to act. It requires seeing reality clearly, without distortion from biases or excessive emotions. Practical wisdom helps us navigate life's complexities by distinguishing between what we can and cannot control, and by recognizing what truly contributes to human flourishing. Courage, Andrea, goes beyond physical bravery to encompass moral courage. The strength to do what is right despite fear, discomfort, or social pressure. This includes the courage to face unpleasant truths, to acknowledge our mistakes, and to remain steadfast in our principles even when doing so is difficult. Justice, dikaiosune, concerns our relationships with others and our duties as social beings. It involves treating people fairly, honoring our commitments, and contributing positively to our communities. The Stoics viewed humans as naturally social creatures with obligations to the common good. Temperance, sophrosine, refers to moderation and self-discipline, the ability to govern our appetites and desires rather than being governed by them. This virtue enables us to enjoy life's pleasures without becoming dependent on them, and to maintain inner balance regardless of external circumstances. These four virtues work together as an integrated whole. Wisdom without courage may lead to inaction. Courage without wisdom may produce recklessness. Justice without temperance might become fanaticism, while temperance without justice could degenerate into self-absorption. For the Stoics, virtues were not merely means to happiness, but constitutive of happiness itself. The virtuous person is the happy person, regardless of external circumstances. As Seneca wrote, "The happy life is a life that is in harmony with its own nature, and it cannot be achieved unless the mind is sound and remains in continuous possession of its sanity." As you rest in the quiet of night, reflect on these virtues in relation to your own life. Where have you demonstrated wisdom, courage, justice, or temperance? Where might these virtues offer guidance for current challenges? Remember that virtue is not an all-or-nothing state, but a continuous practice, with each day offering fresh opportunities for development. Allow these reflections to flow naturally without judgment or striving. The Stoics understood that character develops gradually, through consistent practice rather than dramatic transformations. Key Stoic practices for daily living. The discipline of assent. The first essential Stoic practice is the discipline of assent, carefully examining our impressions before accepting them as true. Each day, we encounter countless impressions or appearances, both external, sensory perceptions, and internal, thoughts, memories, imaginings. The undisciplined mind reflexively assents to these impressions, treating them as accurate representations of reality. The Stoic practitioner, by contrast, creates a space between impression and assent, asking, "Is this true? Is this within my control? Is this important for living virtuously?" Epictetus advises, "Make it your practice to say to every harsh appearance, 'You are just an appearance and not at all the thing you appear to be.' Then examine it with the tests you have, and first and foremost with this one, whether it concerns the things that are within our control or those that are not. And if it concerns anything outside our control, be prepared to say that it is nothing to you." This practice cultivates mental clarity by preventing us from being swept away by misleading appearances. When we habitually examine our impressions, we discover that many of our distressing thoughts rest on questionable assumptions or exaggerations. We also recognize how often we confuse mere opinions with established facts. The discipline of assent is particularly valuable for addressing anxiety and worry. Many anxious thoughts follow the pattern of catastrophizing, assuming the worst possible outcome of a situation. By questioning these catastrophic impressions rather than automatically accepting them, we can reduce unnecessary mental suffering. As you lie in bed, notice the impressions passing through your awareness. Thoughts about the day, concerns about tomorrow, physical sensations, emotions. Practice observing these impressions without immediately identifying with them. Can you recognize them simply as appearances arising in consciousness, rather than as direct representations of reality? This space between impression and assent creates freedom, the freedom to respond thoughtfully rather than react automatically. It is the foundation for inner tranquility in a world of constant change and challenge. The discipline of desire. The second key practice is the discipline of desire, aligning our wants and aversions with nature and focusing on what truly lies within our control. The undisciplined mind desires what it cannot reliably obtain: wealth, fame, others' approval, and seeks to avoid what cannot reliably be avoided. discomfort, criticism, natural processes of aging and decline. This pattern creates perpetual dissatisfaction and anxiety. The Stoic practitioner gradually retrains desire, learning to want only what is truly good, virtue, and to accept with equanimity whatever else may come. As Epictetus counsels, do not seek to have events happen as you want them to, but instead want them to happen as they do happen, and your life will go well. This doesn't mean passive resignation, but rather active alignment with reality. We recognize that wishing for the impossible creates suffering, while accepting the inevitable creates peace. We still pursue preferred indifference, health, security, harmonious relationships, but hold these pursuits lightly, knowing that true happiness doesn't depend on their achievement. The discipline of desire includes several practical techniques. First is distinguishing between what is and isn't in our control, directing our desires solely toward the former. We can control our judgments, intentions, and actions, not outcomes, others' behavior, or external events. Second is recognizing the transience of all things. By remembering that nothing lasts forever, neither pleasures nor pains, we hold our attachments more loosely and bear difficulties with greater resilience. Third is practicing gratitude for what we have, rather than focusing on what we lack. This shifts attention from deficiency to sufficiency, countering the human tendency toward perpetual wanting. As you prepare for sleep, consider your own patterns of desire and aversion. Are there situations where you suffer because you want things to be different than they are? How might accepting reality as it is, while still working constructively within it, reduce unnecessary distress? Allow these reflections to gently inform your awareness without creating additional tension or self-criticism. The discipline of desire develops gradually through consistent practice. The discipline of action. The third foundational practice is the discipline of action, conducting ourselves in the world with virtue, integrity, and appropriate reservation. This discipline concerns how we fulfill our roles and responsibilities while maintaining inner harmony. The Stoics recognize that humans are inherently social beings, with natural duties toward others. We don't exist in isolation, but as parts of various communities, families, friendships, workplaces, societies, and ultimately the cosmic community of rational beings. The discipline of action guides us in navigating these relationships with justice and kindness. Epictetus advised his students to consider their roles in life. Remember that you are an actor in a play determined by the author. If short, then short. If long, then long. If he wishes you to play the part of a beggar, play even this part skillfully, or a cripple, or a public official, or a private citizen. For this is your business, to play well the role assigned to you, but the selection of that role is another's. This doesn't imply fatalistic acceptance of social injustice, but rather recognition that each position in life carries certain responsibilities. When we fulfill these responsibilities with excellence, regardless of whether our role seems important or humble by societal standards, we express our humanity fully. The discipline of action includes several key elements. First is acting according to the cardinal virtues: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance in all situations. This provides a moral compass that remains reliable even when external circumstances change dramatically. Second is maintaining appropriate reservation, hypexeresis, about our actions. Recognizing that while we control our intentions and efforts, we don't control outcomes. We act with full commitment while accepting that results depend partly on factors beyond our influence. Third is serving the common good rather than merely pursuing private advantage. The Stoics believed that humans naturally flourish through cooperation and mutual support rather than isolated self-interest. As you rest in the quiet of night, reflect on your actions during the day. Where did you express virtue in your dealings with others? Where might you have acted differently? How well did you fulfill your various roles as family member, friend, colleague, citizen? Remember that the Stoic path involves continuous progress rather than perfection. Allow these reflections to inform your intentions for tomorrow without creating anxiety or excessive planning. The night offers a natural time for such gentle self-examination. Negative visualization, premeditatio malorum. Among the most powerful Stoic practices is negative visualization. the deliberate contemplation of potential hardships, losses, and challenges. This practice may initially seem pessimistic, but its purpose is precisely the opposite: to foster gratitude, preparedness, and emotional resilience. Seneca explains this approach. He robs present ills of their power who has perceived their coming beforehand. By mentally rehearsing difficulties in advance, we diminish their emotional impact if they actually occur. We also develop greater appreciation for what we currently have by recognizing its impermanence. The practice works on several levels. First, it counters hedonic adaptation, our tendency to quickly take for granted whatever good fortune we experience. By imagining the absence of people, possessions, and capabilities we currently enjoy, we refresh our gratitude for their presence in our lives. Second, it builds emotional resilience by gradually exposing us to the possibility of loss. Just as the body strengthens through exposure to progressively increasing resistance, the mind becomes more robust by contemplating and accepting life's inherent uncertainties. Third, it promotes practical preparedness. By considering potential challenges in advance, we can develop contingency plans rather than being caught entirely off guard if difficulties arise. Seneca advised, "Set aside a certain number of days during which you shall be content with the scantiest and cheapest fare, with coarse and rough dress, saying to yourself the while, 'Is this the condition that I feared?'" Through such deliberate practice of discomfort, we discover our own strength and reduce our fear of challenging circumstances. As you prepare for sleep, you might practice a gentle form of negative visualization. Consider with calm awareness the impermanence of things you value: your health, relationships, possessions, capabilities. Rather than creating anxiety, this contemplation can deepen your appreciation for the present moment while building emotional resources for meeting future challenges. Remember that the purpose is not to induce worry, but to develop the calm acceptance that comes from recognizing life's fundamental nature. As Marcus Aurelius reminds us, all that exists is changeable, and yourself in continuous mutation and partial decay. The view from above. Another powerful Stoic technique is the view from above, mentally stepping back to observe your situation from progressively wider perspectives. This practice helps transcend narrow self-concern by placing personal experiences within larger contexts. Marcus Aurelius frequently employed this technique. You can rid yourself of many useless things among those that disturb you, for they lie entirely in your imagination, and you will then gain much room. Encompass the whole world with your thought and contemplate the eternity before and after, and the complete emptiness of all things. The practice involves a series of mental shifts in perspective. First, imagine viewing your current situation from slightly outside yourself, as if watching a character in a play. Then expand further, seeing yourself within your building, neighborhood, city, country, continent, planet, solar system, galaxy, and finally the cosmos as a whole. With each expansion, notice how your immediate concerns appear from that greater vantage point. This exercise produces several beneficial effects. First, it reduces emotional reactivity by creating psychological distance from immediate concerns. Problems that seem overwhelming from an immersed perspective often appear more manageable when viewed from a broader context. Second, it fosters cognitive flexibility by shifting us out of habitual viewpoints. Many difficulties stem from being mentally stuck in a single interpretive framework. The view from above offers alternative frameworks. Third, it reminds us of our place within the larger order of nature. The Stoics saw humans as parts of a cosmic whole, with natural duties toward the common good. This perspective counters excessive self-importance while affirming our connection to something larger than ourselves. As you rest in bed, try practicing a gentle version of this exercise. Imagine your body lying in bed, then expand your awareness to include the entire room, the building, the neighborhood, and progressively wider perspectives. Notice how your personal concerns appear from these expanded viewpoints. Allow this cosmic perspective to bring a sense of spaciousness to your experience. The view from above doesn't diminish the importance of addressing practical problems. Rather, it helps us approach them with greater equanimity and wisdom, freed from the distortions of an overly narrow focus. The Stoic Evening Review. A cornerstone of Stoic practice is the evening review, a structured reflection on the day's events and one's responses to them. This practice serves as both evaluation and reinforcement, helping to consolidate learning and set intentions for continued progress. Seneca describes his own practice. When the day is over and night has come, and everyone in my household is quiet, I conduct an examination of my entire day. I review my actions and words, hiding nothing from myself, passing nothing by. Why should I fear any of my errors when I can say, "See that you do not do this again, but now I forgive you"? The evening review typically involves several key elements. First is factual recollection, mentally revisiting the day's significant events, interactions, and decisions without immediate judgment. Second is ethical evaluation, considering where one demonstrated virtue and where one fell short, particularly in relation to the cardinal virtues of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Third is learning extraction, identifying lessons for future application, turning even mistakes into valuable data for ongoing development. Fourth is self-forgiveness, acknowledging errors without harsh self-criticism, recognizing that progress comes through practical learning rather than self-punishment. The review concludes with setting intentions for the following day, creating continuity in one's ethical development. This practice combines mindfulness, self-awareness, and gentle accountability. It assumes that character develops not through dramatic transformations, but through consistent attention and incremental adjustments. As you lie in bed preparing for sleep, you might practice a simplified version of this review. With kind awareness, consider your actions and responses throughout the day. Where did you express virtue? Where might you have acted differently? What lessons can you carry forward? Remember that the purpose is constructive learning rather than harsh judgment. This review naturally transitions into restful sleep, as the mind lets go of the day's activities while preserving valuable insights for future application. Memento Mori, remembering mortality. Among the most profound Stoic practices is Memento Mori, the contemplation of one's own mortality. Rather than being morbid or depressing, this practice aims to enhance life by keeping its finite nature clearly in view. Marcus Aurelius regularly reminded himself of life's brevity. You may leave this life at any moment. Have this possibility in your mind in all that you do or say or think. This awareness serves not to induce anxiety, but to sharpen focus on what truly matters. The Stoics recognized that we often live as if we have unlimited time, postponing important actions and values while pursuing trivial concerns. By contrasting this implicit assumption with the reality of mortality, we gain motivation to live more intentionally. Seneca observed, "Let us prepare our minds as if we'd come to the very end of life. Let us postpone nothing. Let us balance life's books each day." The one who puts the finishing touches on their life each day is never short of time. The practice of Memento Mori works through several mechanisms. First, it clarifies priorities by forcing us to distinguish between the essential and the superficial. When viewed through the lens of finitude, many worries and ambitions reveal themselves as ultimately unimportant. Second, it enhances appreciation for the present moment. When we recognize that our time is limited, ordinary experiences, a conversation, a meal, a sunset, become more precious. Third, it reduces fear by familiarizing us with the inevitable. The more we contemplate and accept mortality as a natural process, the less power it holds over our peace of mind. As you prepare for sleep, itself a kind of small death and rebirth, you might briefly and gently contemplate your mortality, not with fear or morbidity, but with soft awareness of life's preciousness and impermanence. How might you live differently if you kept this awareness more consistently in mind? Remember that the Stoic contemplation of death aims ultimately at enhancing life, helping us to live more fully in the time we have, rather than merely existing in distraction or postponement. Stoic wisdom for modern challenges. Managing digital distraction. While the ancient Stoics couldn't have anticipated our digital world, their principles offer powerful guidance for maintaining focus and tranquility amid constant connectivity and information overload. The Stoic emphasis on distinguishing between what we can and cannot control applies directly to our relationship with technology. We cannot control the existence of digital platforms designed to capture attention, but we can control our engagement with them. Epictetus would remind us that the pings, notifications, and endless content streams have no power over our peace of mind unless we grant them that power. The discipline of assent is particularly relevant here. Each digital notification presents an impression. This requires immediate attention, or this is more interesting than your current activity. The Stoic practitioner creates space between these impressions and assent, asking, is responding to this truly important for living virtuously? Does constant checking of devices align with my deeper values? Several Stoic-inspired practices can help manage digital distraction. First is creating intentional boundaries around technology use. Designated times for checking messages, social media-free periods, and device-free zones in the home. These boundaries help restore agency over attention rather than defaulting to reactive patterns. Second is practicing mindful technology use, maintaining awareness of purpose when engaging with devices rather than falling into unconscious browsing habits. Before opening an app or website, we might ask, why am I doing this? Does this serve my well-being and values? Third is regularly disconnecting completely, creating spaces for deep thought, genuine presence with others, and direct engagement with the natural world. These technology-free intervals help reset attention patterns and remind us that our devices are tools to be used deliberately, not compulsions to be indulged automatically. As you prepare for sleep, ideally with devices set aside, consider your own relationship with technology. Does your digital consumption reflect conscious choices aligned with your values, or habitual patterns that undermine your deeper intentions? How might Stoic principles guide you toward a more balanced relationship with these powerful tools? The goal isn't rejection of technology, but thoughtful integration, using these tools in service of virtue rather than being used by them. Work and career through a Stoic lens. The Stoics offer a refreshing perspective on work and career that contrasts sharply with both traditional status-seeking and modern follow-your-passion advice. Their approach centers on virtue, duty, and contribution rather than external markers of success or personal fulfillment alone. For the Stoics, any honest work can be performed virtuously. What matters is not the prestige of one's position, but how one fulfills it, with excellence, integrity, and proper motivation. As Marcus Aurelius reminds himself, at dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, I have to go to work, as a human being. This view reconceives work primarily as service rather than self-advancement. We work not merely to secure personal benefits, but to contribute meaningfully to the common good. Even mundane tasks gain dignity when performed with this intention. The Stoic perspective also offers guidance for navigating workplace challenges. Regarding difficult colleagues, Epictetus advises, when you are offended at any man's fault, turn to yourself and study your own failings. Then you will forget your anger. This shift from judgment to self-examination helps maintain productive relationships even in challenging environments. Concerning setbacks and disappointments, the Stoic principle of focusing on what we can control proves invaluable. We cannot control hiring decisions, market conditions, or organizational politics, but we can control our own excellence, continuous learning, and ethical conduct. For career planning, the Stoics would encourage decisions based on virtue and contribution rather than status or financial reward alone. They would question whether advancement that comes at the cost of integrity or well-being constitutes genuine progress. The Stoic view allows appropriate ambition while maintaining inner freedom from outcomes. We pursue excellence while recognizing that true worth comes from character rather than position or recognition. As you rest and reflect, consider your own relationship with work. Do you find meaning beyond external rewards? How might viewing your work primarily as service shift your experience? Are there ways you could approach workplace challenges more virtuously? These reflections help align our working lives with deeper values, reducing the internal divisions that create stress and dissatisfaction. Stoicism and physical health. The Stoics viewed the body neither with ascetic rejection nor hedonistic indulgence, but as an integral part of human nature deserving proper care. Physical health belongs to the category of preferred indifference, worthwhile to pursue but not essential for happiness, which depends solely on virtue. This balanced perspective offers guidance for our relationship with health and fitness. First, it encourages appropriate care of the body without obsession. We maintain health primarily to function well and fulfill our duties, not to achieve aesthetic ideals or extend life at any cost. As Seneca observed, the body's needs are few. It wants only to be free from cold, to banish hunger and thirst with nourishment. If we long for anything more, we are exerting ourselves to serve our vices, not our needs. Second, it fosters acceptance of natural processes, including aging, illness, and eventual death. Rather than fighting desperately against these inevitabilities, we work within their reality. This acceptance reduces unnecessary suffering without precluding reasonable medical intervention. Third, it promotes resilience through voluntary discomfort. The Stoics regularly practiced temporary deprivation, fasting, cold exposure, simple clothing, hard beds, to reduce fear of hardship and cultivate appreciation for basic comforts. These practices strengthen both physical and psychological resilience. Most importantly, the Stoic approach to health maintains proper priorities. While we reasonably pursue physical well-being, we recognize that moral health ultimately matters more than bodily condition. Even with physical limitations or illness, one can live virtuously and therefore well. As you prepare for sleep, itself essential for physical health, reflect on your relationship with your body. Do you care for it appropriately without undue attachment to particular outcomes? Can you accept natural processes while still taking reasonable measures to maintain health? How might the Stoic perspective help you develop a more balanced approach? This reflection helps foster gratitude for bodily capabilities while reducing anxiety about physical changes and limitations. Stoicism for anxiety and depression. The Stoic approach to mental health offers valuable resources for addressing anxiety and depression, complementing, though not replacing, modern therapeutic approaches. While the Stoics didn't use our contemporary diagnostic categories, they developed sophisticated techniques for addressing emotional distress. For anxiety, the Stoic practice of distinguishing between what we can and cannot control provides immediate relief. Much anxiety stems from attempting to control the uncontrollable, creating a perpetual sense of insecurity and hypervigilance. By clearly recognizing what lies beyond our influence and focusing exclusively on our own judgments and actions, we reduce unnecessary worry. The technique of premeditation of evils also helps manage anxiety by reducing fear of potential negative outcomes. By mentally rehearsing difficulties in advance, we discover that we can handle challenging situations and diminish their power to disturb us. For depressive patterns, the Stoic emphasis on action rather than rumination offers a constructive path forward. The discipline of action encourages us to fulfill our duties and responsibilities regardless of mood, creating a foundation for renewed engagement and meaning. The Stoic view that judgments create emotions provides a cognitive approach for addressing both anxiety and depression. By identifying and questioning the judgments underlying our distress, "This situation is terrible," or "I've failed completely," we can develop more accurate and helpful interpretations. Several Stoic practices support emotional well-being. First is the practice of present moment awareness. As Seneca advises, two elements must be rooted out once for all: the fear of future suffering and the recollection of past suffering, since the latter no longer concerns me and the former concerns me not yet. Second is the cultivation of cosmic perspective through the view from above, which helps transcend narrow self-concern and recognize our connection to something larger than ourselves. Third is the development of gratitude through negative visualization, countering the tendency to focus on what's missing or wrong rather than what's present and good. As you rest in the quiet of night, notice any anxious or depressive patterns in your own thinking. How might Stoic principles help address these patterns? Can you distinguish between what you can and cannot control in your current concerns? Might shifting perspective reveal different interpretations of challenging situations? Remember that while Stoic practices can significantly support mental well-being, severe anxiety or depression may require professional treatment. The Stoics would approve of seeking appropriate help, just as they advocated proper medical care for physical ailments. Relationships and love in Stoic philosophy. While sometimes portrayed as emotionally detached, the Stoics actually developed nuanced views on relationships and love. They recognized humans as inherently social beings with natural inclinations toward affection, cooperation, and care for others. The challenge, in their view, was to love well, with proper understanding and appropriate motivation. For the Stoics, virtuous love involves both affection and respect for the other's autonomy. We care deeply for loved ones while recognizing that their ultimate well-being, like our own, depends on their virtue rather than external circumstances. This perspective informs how we express care. We support others' moral development rather than merely providing pleasure or preventing discomfort. Regarding difficult relationships, the Stoics offer several helpful perspectives. First is the recognition that others' behavior flows from their beliefs and understanding. As Marcus Aurelius reminds himself, when people injure you, ask yourself what kind of judgments they are working with. Then you'll feel compassion rather than surprise or anger. This cognitive empathy doesn't excuse harmful actions, but helps us respond constructively rather than reactively. Second is maintaining appropriate boundaries based on virtue. While we have natural duties toward family and community, these duties never include compromising our integrity or enabling destructive behavior. True love includes appropriate firmness and ethical clarity. Third is focusing on our own conduct rather than controlling others. We cannot determine how others behave, but we can ensure our own actions express justice, wisdom, and appropriate care. As Epictetus advises, remember that you must behave in life as at a dinner party. Is anything brought around to you? Put out your hand and take your share with moderation. Does it pass by you? Don't stop it. Is it not yet come? Don't stretch your desire towards it, but wait till it reaches you. This approach to relationships cultivates both meaningful connection and inner freedom, loving deeply without becoming dependent on particular outcomes or responses from others. As you prepare for sleep, reflect on your significant relationships. How might the Stoic perspective help you love more wisely and maintain appropriate boundaries? Where might you be attempting to control what lies beyond your influence? How could focusing on your own virtue enhance your connections with others? Allow these reflections to inform your awareness without creating tension or excessive planning. The quiet of night offers space for such gentle consideration. Facing loss and grief. The Stoics offer profound guidance for navigating loss and grief, experiences that no human life escapes. Their approach neither suppresses natural emotions nor surrenders to them entirely, but provides a middle path of conscious mourning with resilience. Contrary to common misconceptions, the Stoics did not advocate emotional suppression or detachment. Epictetus acknowledges, "It is natural to feel grief, pain, and fear. Do not expect to be without them, or you will be disappointed, but expect to bear them nobly." The goal is not to eliminate grief, but to grieve well, honoring genuine loss without being overwhelmed by it. Several Stoic principles support healthy grieving. First is preparatory acceptance through negative visualization. By regularly contemplating the impermanence of what we cherish, remembering that loved ones, possessions, and capabilities can be lost at any moment, we reduce the shock when losses actually occur. As Seneca advises a friend, let us see to it that the recollection of those we have lost becomes pleasant to us. The sting of grief is removed by the thought that you have received what it was right for you to receive. Second is the distinction between events and our judgments about them. While loss itself is unavoidable, much suffering comes from adding catastrophic interpretations. This shouldn't have happened. I'll never recover. Life is meaningless now. The Stoics encourage us to question these interpretations without denying the natural pain of loss. Third is maintaining the cosmic perspective, viewing particular losses within the larger patterns of nature, where continuous change and transformation are inevitable. As Marcus Aurelius observes, all things are changing, and you yourself are in continuous mutation and, in some respects, in continuous destruction. So too is the whole universe. Fourth is honoring the lost through virtuous living. Rather than becoming permanently diminished by loss, we can allow it to deepen our appreciation for what remains and strengthen our commitment to living wisely and well. As Seneca writes, "Let us see to it that all time has been given to us for the best uses, and let us be careful that none of it is taken from us through our fault." As you rest in the quiet of night, reflect on losses you have experienced or may someday face. How might Stoic principles help you navigate these passages with both genuine feeling and resilience? Can you recognize the natural pain of loss without adding unnecessary suffering through your interpretations? Remember that the Stoic approach to grief is not about diminishing love or attachment, but about loving wisely within the reality of impermanence. We honor what we cherish precisely by acknowledging its precious transience. Finding meaning in an uncertain world. The Stoics developed their philosophy during periods of immense political and social upheaval, including civil wars, plague, and tyrannical rule. Their insights remain particularly relevant for finding meaning amid contemporary uncertainties and disruptions. At the core of Stoic meaning-making is the recognition that virtue alone is sufficient for happiness. External conditions, political stability, social harmony, material prosperity may be preferred, but they are not necessary for a good life. As Seneca writes, "The wise man is self-sufficient, yet he desires friends, neighbors, and associates, no matter how much he is sufficient unto himself." This perspective liberates us from dependence on particular external circumstances for meaning and purpose. Regardless of conditions, we can express wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. In fact, challenging circumstances often provide the greatest opportunities for virtue, just as physical resistance builds bodily strength. Several Stoic practices support meaning creation in uncertain times. First is focusing on contribution rather than acquisition. The Stoics saw humans as naturally inclined toward cooperation and mutual benefit. When we orient our lives towards serving others and the common good, we participate in something larger than our individual concerns. As Marcus Aurelius reminds himself, men exist for the sake of one another. Teach them then, or bear with them. Second is embracing our role as cosmic citizens. The Stoics viewed humans as parts of a universal community bound by shared reason. By identifying with this larger whole, we transcend narrow self-interest and find meaning in our connection to the cosmic order. Our actions matter not because they secure personal advantage, but because they express human nature at its best. Third is practicing present moment engagement. Much meaning is lost through distraction, living mentally in the past or future rather than fully inhabiting current experience. By bringing complete attention to whatever we're doing, whether seemingly significant or mundane, we discover depth and value in ordinary moments. Fourth is cultivating purpose through consistent practice, rather than waiting for inspiration. The Stoics saw meaning as emerging from discipline and commitment to values over time. As Epictetus advised, first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. As you prepare for sleep, reflect on sources of meaning in your own life. How might focusing on virtue, rather than external conditions, provide more stable purpose? Where could contribution to others create deeper significance? What would change if you fully engaged with present experience rather than dwelling on past or future? Allow these reflections to gently expand your awareness without creating pressure or urgency. The night offers space for such contemplation of life's deeper dimensions. Applying Stoic principles to sleep and dreams. The Stoic approach to sleep. The ancient Stoics recognized sleep as a natural and necessary process, neither to be indulged excessively nor unnecessarily restricted. Their balanced approach offers wisdom for our contemporary relationship with rest and recovery. For the Stoics, sleep exemplifies the broader principle of working with nature rather than against it. The natural cycle of wakefulness and sleep reflects cosmic patterns of activity and restoration. By honoring these patterns, we align ourselves with the larger order, supporting both physical health and mental clarity. Marcus Aurelius observes this natural rhythm. When you have assumed these names, good, modest, truthful, rational, a man of equanimity and magnanimous, take care that you do not change these names, and if you should lose them, quickly return to them. Be content with these names and with being called by them if you are fortunate enough to deserve them. The Stoic approach to sleep involves several key principles. First is appropriate preparation. Just as the Stoics prepared for each day with intention, they approached sleep with conscious readiness. The evening review practice naturally transitions into restful sleep as the mind releases the day's activities while preserving valuable insights. Second is maintaining tranquility during sleep transitions. The periods of falling asleep and waking represent natural opportunities for cultivating equanimity. By approaching these transitions with gentle awareness rather than resistance, we reduce unnecessary struggle. Third is accepting sleep's natural variations. Some nights naturally bring deeper rest than others. The Stoic practitioner acknowledges these variations without adding distress through frustration or worry about sleep quality. Fourth is using sleep difficulties constructively. When sleep proves elusive, the Stoic uses this time for gentle meditation rather than becoming caught in anxious rumination. As Seneca advises a friend troubled by insomnia, nothing is burdensome if taken lightly, and nothing need arouse one's irritation so long as one doesn't make it bigger than it is by getting irritated. As you rest in bed, notice your relationship with the process of falling asleep. Are you approaching sleep with struggle or acceptance? Can you allow this natural transition to occur in its own time without adding pressure through excessive concern about sleep quality? Remember that the Stoic aim is working with nature rather than imposing our demands upon it. Dreams through a Stoic lens. While the Stoics generally focused more on waking conduct than dreams, their philosophical framework offers valuable perspectives for understanding and working with dream experiences. The Stoics recognized dreams as natural mental phenomena rather than supernatural messages or meaningless noise. Dreams arise from the same mind that operates during waking hours, often reflecting our concerns, impressions, and patterns of thought, though in more symbolic and fluid form. From a Stoic perspective, several approaches to dreams prove helpful. First is maintaining the discipline of assent, even regarding dream content. While we cannot control what images arise in dreams, we can practice recognizing upon waking that these were just dreams, impressions rather than reality. This prevents unnecessary disturbance from troubling dream content. Second is viewing anxiety dreams as opportunities for practice. When dreams present challenging scenarios, they offer consequence-free rehearsal for maintaining virtue under pressure. Upon waking, we might reflect, how well did my dream self respond? What virtues might I have expressed more fully? Third is using recurring dream themes as data for self-understanding. Patterns in dream content often reflect ongoing concerns or unresolved situations. Without overanalyzing, we can ask whether these patterns point to areas deserving attention in waking life. Fourth is approaching sleep transitions with philosophical themes in mind. Many contemplative traditions recognize the hypnagogic state, the period between wakefulness and sleep, as conducive to insight. By gently holding philosophical questions as we drift towards sleep, we invite the mind's deeper wisdom to engage with these inquiries. As you move towards sleep, notice that the mind naturally becomes more fluid and associative. Rather than resisting this transition, you might allow it to unfold while gently holding awareness of Stoic themes, the distinction between what you can and cannot control, the transience of all things, the possibility of responding virtuously to whatever arises. This light touch of philosophical awareness may inform both dreams and the quality of sleep itself. Sleep difficulties and Stoic remedies. Sleep challenges affect most people occasionally and some chronically. The Stoic approach offers practical wisdom for addressing these difficulties without adding layers of frustration and worry. The foundation of the Stoic response to sleep problems lies in the distinction between what we can and cannot directly control. We cannot force sleep to come, but we can create favorable conditions and adjust our relationship with sleeplessness. Seneca, who himself struggled with insomnia, offers this perspective. There is no need to complain of darkness at nightfall, for night comes in the natural course of events. I do not obey sleep, but I yield to it, at times allowing it to overcome me in the midst of my work. It is not important whether you have sleep or not, but whether you function well. Several Stoic-inspired approaches help address sleep difficulties. First is reframing the problem. Much sleep distress comes from catastrophizing, "If I don't sleep well, tomorrow will be ruined." The Stoic questions this interpretation, recognizing that while fatigue presents challenges, virtue remains possible regardless of sleep quality. This cognitive shift reduces anxiety about sleep itself. Second is accepting periodic wakefulness as natural rather than abnormal. Historical evidence suggests that segmented sleep patterns, periods of wakefulness between sleep phases, were common before artificial lighting. Recognizing this can reduce concern about midnight waking. Third is using sleepless periods constructively. Rather than tossing restlessly, the Stoic practitioner might engage in gentle meditation, philosophical reflection, or mental gratitude practice. This transforms potentially frustrating hours into valuable contemplative time. Fourth is maintaining proper perspective on fatigue's effects. While sleep deprivation certainly impacts functioning, the Stoic remembers that clear thinking and virtuous action remain possible even when tired. As Marcus Aurelius advised himself, begin the morning by saying to yourself, "I shall meet with the busybody, the ungrateful, arrogant, deceitful, envious, unsocial." All these things happen to them by reason of their ignorance of what is good and evil. I can neither be injured by any of them, for no one can fix on me what is ugly, nor can I be angry with my kinsman, nor hate him. As you lie in bed, notice if concerns about sleep itself are creating tension. Can you release the demand for particular sleep experiences and simply allow rest to come in its own way and time? Remember that the Stoic approach involves working with nature rather than attempting to control natural processes through force of will. Preparing for tomorrow with Stoic intention. The transition from wakefulness to sleep offers a natural opportunity for setting intentions for the coming day. Rather than detailed planning, which might create restlessness, the Stoic approach involves establishing general orientations and priorities aligned with virtue. Seneca describes this practice. "I make use of this privilege and daily plead my cause before myself. When the light has been removed, I pass the whole day in review before myself and repeat all that I have said and done. I conceal nothing from myself, I omit nothing." After this review comes forward-looking intention. Several elements characterize the Stoic approach to preparing for tomorrow. First is prioritizing virtue over outcomes. Rather than focusing primarily on what you hope to accomplish, consider how you intend to express wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance, regardless of circumstances. This creates resilience when external events inevitably differ from expectations. Second is anticipating challenges constructively. The premeditation of potential difficulties works not to induce worry, but to prepare measured responses. You might briefly consider likely challenges and how you'll approach them with virtue rather than reactivity. Third is establishing general themes rather than rigid expectations. The Stoics recognized life's inherent unpredictability. By holding intentions lightly rather than demandingly, we maintain flexibility to respond appropriately to whatever actually occurs. Fourth is cultivating readiness for the unexpected. As Epictetus advises, when you are going about any action, remind yourself what nature the action is. If you are going to bathe, picture to yourself the things which usually happen in the bath. Some people splash the water, some push, some use abusive language, and others steal. Thus, you will more safely go about this action if you say to yourself, "I will now go bathe and keep my own mind in a state conformable to nature." As you prepare for sleep, you might briefly and gently set intentions for tomorrow. Not detailed plans that create pressure, but simple orientations toward virtue in whatever circumstances arise. How might you approach tomorrow's known activities with wisdom and equanimity? How might you remain open to unexpected developments without being thrown off balance? Allow these intentions to settle into awareness without creating tension or excessive mental activity. The night offers natural space for such gentle preparation. Deep Stoic contemplations for restful sleep. The river of time and change. As you settle more deeply towards sleep, let's explore one of the most profound Stoic contemplations, the continuous flow of time and change that characterizes all existence. Heraclitus, whom the Stoics greatly admired, observed that no man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river, and he's not the same man. This image of the flowing river perfectly captures the Stoic understanding of reality as process rather than fixed substance. Marcus Aurelius regularly reminded himself of this perpetual flux. Observe how all things are continually being born of change. Teach yourself to see that nature's highest happiness lies in changing the things that are and forming new things after their kind. Whatever is in some sense the seed of what is to emerge from it. This perspective recognizes that nothing remains unchanged, not external circumstances, not other people, not even ourselves. Our bodies continuously renew their cells, our thoughts and emotions arise and pass away. Our identities evolve through experience. Resistance to this fundamental nature of reality creates unnecessary suffering, while acceptance brings alignment with the cosmic order. The contemplation of continuous change works on several levels. First, it loosens our grip on possessions, relationships, and achievements. When we truly recognize impermanence, we hold our attachments more lightly, appreciating what we have without clinging desperately to its continuation. Second, it reduces fear of difficulties by highlighting their transience. No condition, pleasant or unpleasant, remains forever. As Marcus Aurelius notes, the universe is change, life is opinion. Third, it encourages presence with current experience rather than postponement of living. If everything continuously changes, the present moment offers unique opportunities that will never exactly recur. This recognition counters our tendency to defer engagement with life until conditions seem perfect. As you rest in bed, notice the continuous flow of change within your own experience. Sensations arising and passing away, thoughts appearing and dissolving, the rhythm of breath moving in and out. Can you allow this natural flow without resistance? Can you recognize yourself not as a fixed entity, but as a process unfolding within the larger river of existence? This contemplation naturally aligns with the transition towards sleep, itself a flowing process rather than an abrupt switch. Allow awareness to rest in this recognition of continuous change, neither grasping at particular experiences nor pushing any away. The unity of all things. Another profound Stoic contemplation involves recognizing the interconnection and ultimate unity of all existence. While our ordinary perception emphasizes separation and distinction, the Stoics glimpsed a deeper reality of cosmic wholeness. Marcus Aurelius expresses this perspective. Constantly regard the universe as one living being, having one substance and one soul, and observe how all things have reference to one perception, the perception of this one living being, and how all things act with one movement, and how all things are the cooperating causes of all things that exist. This contemplation works through several dimensions. First is recognizing physical interconnection. Modern ecology and physics confirm what the Stoics intuited, that seemingly separate entities continuously exchange matter and energy, existing not as isolated objects, but as patterns within larger systems. The atoms that compose our bodies once belonged to stars and will eventually form other structures in the ongoing cosmic dance. Second is acknowledging causal interconnection. Every event emerges from countless prior conditions, while simultaneously contributing to innumerable future developments. Nothing exists or happens in isolation. Everything participates in vast webs of mutual influence. Third is experiencing conscious interconnection. The boundaries we perceive between self and other appear more permeable upon careful examination. Through empathy, we directly experience others' joy and suffering. Through language and culture, we participate in collective thought. Through ethical action, we express our inherent connection to the human community. The Stoics saw this unity as more than physical or metaphorical. They perceived the cosmos as guided by a rational principle, logos, that manifests through natural law and achieves consciousness through rational beings. By aligning our individual reason with this cosmic reason, we participate consciously in the larger whole. As you rest in the quiet of night, allow awareness to soften at the boundaries of perception. Notice how breathing connects inner and outer environments, how thoughts arise from cultural and biological patterns larger than the individual, how empathy naturally extends concern beyond personal welfare. Can you sense, if only briefly, your participation in something far larger than the separate self? This contemplation naturally harmonizes with the relaxation of individual identity that occurs as we transition towards sleep. The boundaries of selfhood, so strongly maintained during active hours, gently dissolve as we move toward the unified consciousness of deep rest. The dance of necessity and freedom. A third profound Stoic contemplation involves the relationship between determinism and human freedom, a paradox the Stoics resolved through nuanced understanding rather than oversimplification. The Stoics recognized that causes and effects unfold according to natural laws, with each event emerging necessarily from prior conditions. Chrysippus compared this causal network to a cylinder rolling down a slope. Once set in motion, it moves according to both its internal nature, its cylindrical shape, and external circumstances, the incline of the slope. Yet within this causal framework, the Stoics located genuine human freedom in our internal responses. External events may be determined by factors beyond our control, but our judgments about these events remain our own. As Epictetus states, make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. This perspective offers a middle path between rigid determinism and unlimited freedom. We acknowledge both the constraints of natural law and the genuine choices available within these constraints. Freedom lies not in controlling external events, but in governing our own perceptions, evaluations, and intentions. The contemplation of necessity and freedom operates on several levels. First is recognizing where genuine choice exists. Rather than battling against immovable realities or passively accepting what could be changed, we discern precisely where our agency lies, primarily in our judgments and voluntary actions. Second is finding freedom through acceptance. Paradoxically, we become more free by accepting natural necessities rather than fighting against them. As Seneca observes, the fates lead the willing and drag the unwilling. Third is aligning personal will with cosmic order. The Stoics saw the highest freedom not as arbitrary choice, but as voluntary harmony with nature's rational patterns. When we understand these patterns and align our intentions with them, we participate consciously in the cosmic order rather than merely being carried along by it. As you prepare for sleep, notice both the determined and voluntary aspects of experience. Certain elements follow natural necessity: the need for rest, the cycle of day and night, the aging of the body. Other elements involve choice: how you interpret experiences, where you direct attention, what values guide your actions. Can you recognize both dimensions without contradiction? Can you find freedom precisely in the voluntary acceptance of what cannot be changed? This contemplation naturally complements the surrender involved in falling asleep. A process we cannot force through, yet can facilitate through wise choice. We create conditions favorable for sleep, while ultimately allowing it to arrive in its own way and time. The observer within. A fourth profound Stoic contemplation involves recognizing the observing capacity within consciousness, that aspect of awareness that witnesses experiences without being identical to them. The Stoics distinguished between impressions, phantasiae, that arise in consciousness, and the faculty that observes and evaluates these impressions. Marcus Aurelius refers to this observing capacity: withdraw into yourself. It is in the nature of the rational directing mind to be self-content with acting justly and thereby maintaining tranquility. This contemplation operates through several dimensions. First is noticing the distinction between experiences and awareness itself. Thoughts, emotions, sensations, and perceptions continuously arise and pass away. Yet something witnesses this flow without itself changing. The Stoics recognized this witnessing capacity as our most essential nature. Second is cultivating non-identification with passing states. When we recognize ourselves primarily as the observer rather than the observed, we gain freedom from being completely captured by temporary experiences. This creates space for wise response rather than automatic reaction. Third is developing continuity of awareness across changing conditions. The observing capacity remains consistent whether circumstances are pleasant or unpleasant, whether the body is energetic or tired, whether thoughts are clear or confused. This continuity provides stability amid life's inevitable fluctuations. The Stoics saw this witnessing faculty as our participation in universal reason logos, the organizing principle that governs the cosmos. By identifying with this rational capacity rather than with transient impressions, we connect with what is most stable and trustworthy in human nature. As you rest in bed, notice the observing awareness that witnesses the process of falling asleep. Thoughts may arise about the day or tomorrow. Bodily sensations may be pleasant or uncomfortable. Emotions may flow through consciousness, yet something silently observes this entire flow without itself being caught in it. Can you rest in this witnessing capacity, neither holding onto nor pushing away any particular experience? This contemplation naturally supports the transition to sleep by releasing attachment to waking consciousness. As identification with the thinking mind relaxes, awareness gently shifts toward the deeper rest of sleep. The present moment as eternity. A fifth profound Stoic contemplation involves recognizing the fullness of the present moment, how each instant contains the entirety of existence when experienced completely. Marcus Aurelius expresses this perspective. Remember that man lives only in the present, in this fleeting instant. All the rest of his life is either past and gone, or not yet revealed. This mortal life is a little thing, lived in a little corner of the earth, and little too is the longest fame to come. Observe in what a brief compass is confined the mighty essence of your being, in what a minute you are swallowed up. This contemplation operates through several dimensions. First is recognizing that only the present moment exists directly. The past exists now as memory, the future as anticipation. Both are mental constructs within present awareness. When we truly understand this, we stop postponing life and engage fully with what is here now. Second is experiencing the depth dimension of the present. When attention is fully gathered in the now, rather than scattered across mental time, we discover richness and sufficiency previously obscured by distraction. Ordinary experiences, breathing, sensing, being, reveal unexpected depth. Third is transcending linear time through complete presence. The Stoics glimpsed that full immersion in the present moment opens to a different order of time, what some traditions call eternal presence. This is not endless duration, but a quality of complete participation that transcends the usual distinctions of past, present, and future. As you prepare for sleep, notice how thinking creates the experience of time through comparison and measurement. See if you can allow attention to rest simply in what is present, sensations, sounds, breath, without reference to past or future. Can you experience this moment as complete in itself, rather than as a point on a timeline? Can you sense how this present awareness connects to something beyond ordinary temporal measurements? This contemplation naturally aligns with sleep's altered relationship to time. As waking consciousness, with its linear tracking of minutes and hours, dissolves, a different mode of temporality emerges. The timeless quality of deep rest, where moments no longer separate into distinct units, but flow in continuous presence. The cosmic perspective. A sixth profound Stoic contemplation involves adopting the vast perspective of the cosmos, viewing human concerns from progressively wider contexts that reveal their relative significance within the larger whole. Marcus Aurelius regularly practiced this cosmic viewpoint. Then look at the yawning gulf of time behind you and another limitless space before. What's the difference between a 3-day-old baby and someone of 80 years? Take a view from above. Look at the thousands of flocks and herds, the thousands of human ceremonies, every sort of voyage in storm or calm, the range of birth, marriage, death, noise and silence, crowded cities and lonely places. This contemplation operates through several dimensions. First is spatial expansion. We mentally zoom out from immediate surroundings to to progressively larger scales: building, neighborhood, city, country, continent, planet, solar system, galaxy, universe. From each wider perspective, we notice how the significance of particular concerns shifts. Second is temporal expansion. We extend awareness beyond the present day to progressively larger timeframes: weeks, years, decades, centuries, millennia, cosmic epochs. This reveals which concerns remain meaningful across extended time and which prove ephemeral. Third is expanding identity. We recognize ourselves not merely as isolated individuals, but as expressions of increasingly comprehensive wholes: family, community, humanity, the community of living beings, the cosmos itself. This shifts motivation from narrow self-interest toward broader well-being. The cosmic perspective doesn't diminish genuine human concerns, but places them in proper proportion. Some matters that seem overwhelming when viewed narrowly appear manageable when seen within larger contexts. Other concerns, particularly those involving virtue and conscious participation in the cosmic order, gain significance from the expanded viewpoint. As you rest in the quiet of night, allow your awareness to expand beyond immediate circumstances. Imagine viewing your personal situation from increasingly distant vantage points in space and time. Notice how some concerns diminish while others maintain or increase their importance. Can you sense your participation in the vast cosmic process that includes but transcends your individual existence? This contemplation naturally complements the relaxation of personal boundaries that occurs as we transition towards sleep. The constructs of separate selfhood gradually dissolve, opening awareness to larger dimensions of being that ordinary consciousness often overlooks. Stoic parables and stories for sleep. The philosopher and the king. Once there lived a powerful king who ruled vast territories and commanded great armies. Despite his wealth and power, he found himself increasingly troubled by anxiety and discontent. No matter how many victories he won or treasures he accumulated, satisfaction remained elusive. Hearing of a renowned Stoic philosopher who lived simply at the edge of his kingdom, the king summoned the man to his palace. When the philosopher arrived, dressed in plain clothing and carrying nothing but a walking stick, the king received him in the grand throne room. "I have everything a man could desire," the king began, "yet peace of mind escapes me. They say you have found happiness, though you possess almost nothing. What is your secret?" The philosopher looked around the opulent hall with its gold ornaments and precious tapestries. "Tell me, Your Majesty, do you own all the objects in this room?" "Of course," replied the king. "And do you own the palace itself?" "Certainly." "Do you own the gardens surrounding the palace?" "Yes, and the forests and fields beyond them for many miles." "And do you own the kingdom?" "Yes, all of it," the king declared proudly. The philosopher nodded thoughtfully. "One more question, if I may. Can you control what happens in your kingdom? Can you prevent all crime, stop every illness, ensure good harvests, and guarantee your subjects' loyalty?" The king shifted uncomfortably. "No one has such power." "Then perhaps you don't truly own these things after all," the philosopher suggested gently. "You can claim them, but you cannot control their nature or prevent their loss. You call yourself their owner, yet anxiety haunts you precisely because you know they remain beyond your ultimate control." The king frowned. "Then what can I truly call my own?" "Only your judgments, intentions, and actions," the philosopher replied. "Everything else belongs to the flow of nature and fortune. The source of your discontent is the gap between what you claim and what you can actually govern. Peace comes from aligning these two realms, focusing your concern on what truly lies within your control while accepting with equanimity what does not." The king considered this wisdom. "If I were to follow this philosophy, what would change?" "You would still rule your kingdom, but you would no longer be ruled by it," the philosopher explained. "You would make decisions and take actions according to reason and virtue, then accept outcomes with tranquility. You would recognize external things, even kingdoms, as preferred but not necessary for happiness. You would find satisfaction in wisdom and justice rather than possession and control." That night, as the king prepared for sleep, he contemplated the philosopher's words. Though he did not immediately relinquish his attachment to external things, he began to recognize the wisdom of distinguishing between what he could and could not control. This recognition marked the first step on his journey toward the tranquility that had long eluded him. As you rest in bed, consider your own relationship with possession and control. Are there areas where, like the king, you claim ownership over things you cannot truly govern? How might focusing attention on what genuinely lies within your control, your judgments, intentions, and actions, create greater inner freedom? This reflection naturally supports the surrender involved in falling asleep, a process we cannot force through will but can only allow through wise acceptance. The Garden of Choices. A young woman seeking wisdom approached a Stoic teacher who lived on the outskirts of Athens. After listening to her questions about living well amid life's uncertainties, the teacher invited her to visit a special garden the following day. When the young woman arrived, she found the teacher tending plants of various kinds. Some sections of the garden appeared meticulously maintained, while others seemed wild and untended. "This garden will be your teacher today," the philosopher explained. "Walk with me and observe carefully." They first entered a section with straight rows of vegetables, neatly weeded and precisely arranged. "This part represents what lies within our control," the teacher explained. "Here I decide what to plant, where to place each seed, when to water, how to arrange the supports. I can't guarantee that everything will flourish. Extreme weather or disease might intervene. But I have significant influence over outcomes through my choices and actions." Next, they walked through an orchard where fruit trees grew in organized patterns. "These trees were planted by someone else decades ago," the teacher noted. "I inherited their arrangement and species. I can prune them and ensure they receive water, but I cannot change their fundamental nature or make them produce fruit out of season. This represents things partially but not completely within our control, situations where we have influence but not determination." Finally, they came to an area where wildflowers and native plants grew in seemingly random patterns. "This section I leave largely to nature's design," the philosopher said. "I remove only the most invasive species that would overwhelm everything else. Otherwise, I accept whatever grows here, appreciating the beauty that emerges without my direction. This represents circumstances beyond our control: the weather, others' actions, historical events, aging, and ultimately death itself." The young woman observed thoughtfully. "But the boundaries between these sections aren't clearly marked. They blend into each other." "Precisely," the teacher smiled. "The distinction between what we can and cannot control isn't always obvious. Discerning these boundaries wisely is itself an ongoing practice." "Which section of the garden is most important?" the student asked. "All are necessary for the whole," the teacher replied. "But our happiness depends on directing our primary concern toward the first section, what lies within our control, while accepting with equanimity what grows in the third. Much suffering comes from either neglecting what we can influence or attempting to control what we cannot." "And how should we approach the middle section, things we influence but don't determine?" "With appropriate effort combined with acceptance," the philosopher answered. "We do what wisdom suggests while remaining detached from particular outcomes, like caring for these fruit trees without demanding they produce exactly according to our wishes." As you rest in the quiet of night, consider the garden of your own life. Can you distinguish between areas where you have genuine control, partial influence, and no control at all? How might directing your primary concern toward the first while accepting the third with equanimity create greater peace of mind? This reflection naturally complements the process of falling asleep, where we create favorable conditions while ultimately allowing sleep to arrive in its own way and time.